Test sound, test. Thought it was in the sim, but it's a helicopter. Hey Imposter, good morning. How's your day going? Gonna help me test a giveaway? I've never done giveaways before, but good so far, awesome. Alright. I'll wait the beginning of the stream, maybe go around to help me test this. Never done giveaways before, but it is coming. We'll soon have giveaways here. Figuring out how to do this stuff. I'm an amateur streamer. I'm an amateur at everything, really, you know, never stop learning. The human being. There it is. That text is a little bit smooth. We are currently just south of the Himalayas. I think northern India or Pakistan, I'm not sure. Exactly where this is, but we are gonna go look for some neofly treasure. You know, earlier stream today because there's unplay of lifetime live weather, and if we wait much longer, there's not going to be any light for us to see out the window of this airplane. We are currently over here. I think it's northern India, right on the border, not far from Kashmir potentially. I'm not familiar with this area, so I think it's northern India. Maybe this is considered Kashmir, you know, not sure where oh, there it is. Kashmir's to the northwest. Okay, but it's not far from Kashmir. In the mountains, once a day, or once every few days, there's this big little exclamation point here in Neofly that appears. And since I owed about $1.5 million from all the crashes I had, you know, there's people talking to Jimmy and saying, what the heck? I don't think I can join you on Xbox. Yeah, I don't know about that, Imposter guy. I haven't played with anyone on Xbox yet. I'm not sure if crossplay is available or not. But I am, if you want to try it, I am starting at Victor India Bravo Romeo. That's the International Civil Aviation Organization code for this airport. You have to have live players and live weather. No, not live weather, but you have to have all players enabled in the in your Microsoft Flight Simulator software. Maybe it's clearing up a little bit. Maybe even it's clearing up a little bit. Not sure where, what my initial direction is for this flight, but we'll have Neopad to help guide us here. I'm gonna pick this mission over here for another search zone, but first I'm gonna go and find this treasure. I'm gonna do that first, and then I could even go and deliver some pizza here, although flying high over the mountains can be challenging, but maybe we could even do that. But the main mission really is to find this treasure here. Right. How far is this one? Maybe do this one first. Let's. Only 13 nautical miles. Maybe I'll try that. That's bearing about southeast. That's gonna be about 120. I'm thinking. We are currently pointing 120 be that way. How tall are these mountains? Maybe we'll go deliver this pizza first, and then turn back, and then proceed. First I'll deliver this pizza, this magic pizza, then I'll come back, and then I'll proceed down this valley all the way here. Then it crosses another valley. There's a town here, I think, or maybe not. Maybe I was just imagining that. And then once I get to the end of this valley over here, where this other road crosses a river, the Shenab River, then we just cut into this valley here, and it should be up here in the bottom of this glacier somewhere. I don't know how the heck I'm gonna land over there, but we're gonna attempt it. I'm taking my Cessna because I don't want to blow up yet another BN2. Hey Iceberg, good morning. Thank you, Iceberg. Look, this is especially for you, Iceberg. BN2. Another BN2. I'm adding some commands here. We have Stream Elements bot activated. I'm leaving Nightbot for moderation duties, and the Stream Elements bots is coming in here to the stream today for the first time, ladies. Slowly leveling up, upgrading the stream. That's that's one. Did the little icon work? There should be an emote that comes up even. There it is. Boom! Alright. Yes, I think you have to be on the same server. Let me see, escape. Oh, let me put, I'm gonna go automatic, and it's gonna put me in, I'm gonna go East USA because that's the lowest ping I have. Okay, so I'm in East USA server. You have to have all players selected. All players, not live player, but it's all players. Weather doesn't really matter, but I have live weather, and that's why I'm starting. Yeah, I hope so. I'm not flying the BN2 for this mission, Iceberg, because it's been a while since I've flown the Cessna, and it's a risky mission, this one. I mean, look at this. I've never done this one before. Look at where we're gonna have to look for this. I mean, it's mountains here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to land here. This looks particularly tricky, this one. That's why I'm bringing the Cessna for this one. I don't want to owe more money to those guys. You know, they're breathing down Jimmy's neck already, and you know, Jimmy is a known guy, but I don't want to have some problems. Yeah. Good question. I could fire up a little nav map and take a look, but there's a limited time. Look, the time here is 10:24. It's already 9:27, so we don't have long to go. I'm gonna take off and go soon, and if it's too high, we turn back. We can't do it. But I'm gonna. That's why I'm starting to stream early today, because I want to try to get this. Let's go. All right. I'm going to take this pizza delivery mission, but first I'm going to and I'm not going to do this one in multiplayer. I'm just going to do this single player because I want to get going. All right. And okay, 628 payload. 628. We are at 170, so there's quite a bit of pizza we're gonna be taking there. So that's gonna be 5, 4.
Transporter form dispatch. Illicit mission this time. Wait on the parking until a weird guy come on board.
8. 638.
Transporter form dispatch. Loading cargo. Please stand by.
628, there you go. But there's a problem there. Wait, 628. Too much fuel, I think. that much people in the airplane. Is that why it's red?
Okay,
Is that a bug?
all pizza on board. I stayed to take care of them. Let's go.
All right, Captain.
Transporter. Transporter from dispatch. The cargo is on board. You are clear to taxi
Hey
to the
Kerr,
runway.
how's it
Take off.
going? Yeah, weird guy comes on board because of delivering magic pizza, and this guy, you know, he doesn't want me to just fly away with the pizza, so he comes along. So I'm giving him a bunch of pounds on the payload here, but there's something going. Oh, here you go, pounds. No, that's gallons. But there's something. Can I just put myself 0 here? That will work. Why does it start again? I'll pretend I'm very light. 528, let's see. Hey, wow, Craze, how are you? Yeah, nice rainbow out there, huh? Out here in the Himalayas, we are starting at VIBR. I'm doing this one single player, the next one I'll do, because I want to get going on this, the next one I'll do multiplayer. Because there's not much light left in the Himalayas for finding this treasure over here. We're taking the pizza, but first we're gonna go find the treasure right here. I want to try to pay off all these loans for the BN2. The BN2s have been crashing, so I'm taking the Cessna today. But I'm having an issue here with my payload. It's going over my max takeoff weight. Can I just give myself 0? Let's put 428. 428, and I'll give myself 200 to do that. 100. Yeah, 628 pounds. Then even with 0 fuel, it doesn't let me take off. So I'm just gonna hope that this will be fine. Let's try to get it close to max takeoff weight so we're not cheating too much. Alright. Yeah, I don't know if that's a bug or not, but hopefully, been a rough 2 days, but I'm back to heading the clouds and through the ground. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, I was wondering, I was thinking about you and hoping that you're alright. Very glad that you're back with your head in the clouds and feet on the ground. That's my general situation. And very good morning to Kerr, to Icebird, to Wow Craze, and to Imposter Guy who dropped by. There's in the Dollar DK. Thanks for dropping by. Hello. All right, let's get going. It's been a while since I've flown the Cessna, so before I deliver the pizza, I think I'm just gonna go for the treasure. So that bearing is gonna be roughly, I'm gonna follow the valley down. So I'm just gonna be VFR here, but I'm just gonna set a bearing here so I can come back to base with a backchasm of it more easily if needed. And I think that's roughly about 10 degrees. I'm already gonna set it up here on my little, if I remember how to fly this airplane. All right. Oh, this is different. Oh wait. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. How do I reset this now? This is gonna be a problem. Because I just pressed it and now I don't know. I don't know what my bearing is. I don't have a real compass here. It wasn't too far from it, so. Heading compass. How do you reset this without a real compass with you? Oh dear. Alright, I think it was roughly there. We do have Neopad, so that's gonna probably save our butt. Let's try to turn it on and hopefully it works. Yes, it does. Alright. We're just gonna do VFR. Try to find that other thing. Alright, let's go. And let me check NeoFly one more time. Okay, motor on. They're pretty happy with the other stuff. Even though like it was too much weight for the Cessna. I don't know if that's a bug or not, but hopefully it will have enough fuel. And put a little bit less fuel because it's not going to be that far. And hope you sorted out everything while crazy wherever it was. Yes, indeed. Gonna take off to go to maximum takeoff weight almost here and see that. I hope it'll just let us do the mission. Alright, if I remember correctly, first there's a fuel valve here I have to select. That's there. I'm gonna put the mixture to full. And these master lights, nav lights, already gonna put on the strobe, the beacon lights, taxi and landing lights. There's the primer. And I think there was some other stuff we had to do on the side here. Was that right? So the avionics is already on. Okay. That's about it, right? For the Cessna, it's been a while since I've flown this airplane. Clear prop out there, Vincennes. Alright, and remember, we're not flying the BN2, so the sound is not going to be deafening, so I may as well go here to general options. May as well go to the sound, I may as well go to 100% of that sound. Engine. Wow. And I should go to my volume levels as well. And I should turn this stuff to this view. Alright. Leave that around there. And now I'm gonna just switch back to game capture. Oh, we are at game capture, okay. That works. Let's see if there's tower in this airport. Ground.
Buntar ground Hypertext Hero 1 with Golf request taxi for takeoff departing straight out.
Hypertext Hero 1 Buntar ground airport is currently IFR. Request denied.
Enable ignoring weather at this airport. And let's go.
Buntar ground Hypertext Hero 1
They probably wouldn't let you take off in these conditions. Look at it.
Hypertext Hero 1 taxi to
In the mountains.
runway tree 4 via taxiway. Contact tower on 122 decimal tree.
We're playing a video game, we don't need to, you know, risk our lives, so I think that's really
Taxi
fine.
hold short runway tree 4 using taxiway Hypertext Hero 1.
Okay, 3-4. There's 16, so it's gonna be from here that we're gonna take off. You can see the wind, there's a bit of a wind, there's a 5-knot wind coming from, I think that's west. And, Walker says, I had a nice visual flight rules flight today after an undocumented feature drained the battery and killed the avionics. Wow. This plane even functioned in the Himalayas. Good question. I don't know what does the altitude automatically look? The altimeter got automatically set, I think, to your current altitude, right? So we are at right now 3,600 and some feet here. It's pretty high. The place where the place we're gonna find. Okay, I'll turn on display capture to quickly do Neo fly. We're gonna go through this. We're gonna head north through this valley. It's a valley there, and then we're gonna get to this river over here. And then there's this other little gully here, and I have no idea how high that is. I haven't made a flight plan. I'm rushing here. That's why I started the stream early, because this is until 10:24 p.m. It's 10:38. We have less than an hour to find this treasure. Look at that. There's not a lot of places to land here. I don't know if it's going to be possible. We might just have to turn back. There is a glacier here, but I think this is probably pointing downhill. I'm gonna try it. So I'm gonna ignore the pizza mission first. I'm gonna go straight for the treasure, heading north. It's about I think 30 nautical miles. I did set it up in my so I can cheat a little bit and press V here, but I did set up a waypoint to help us find it, and it's gonna be roughly, I think, 30 nautical miles away or something. Probably fine for valley runs. Yeah, glacier looks like coming from east into the valley. We go up. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out when we get there. Okay, let's go. Parking brake. I think the Cessna was here. Yep, off. Power. Nice golden lighting here. I'll ignore that I'm gonna probably smack the thing of the wing there. Don't have to worry about the collisions here. I'm gonna right click there, disable that, disable display capture, go back to game capture. Where's my airplane? There it is. I haven't updated this livery since the latest Microsoft Flight Simulator update, so there may be some issues with it. We're just going to yeah, let's go over the grass here. We're just going to fly with it. I mean, it says hypertext there, doesn't look so nice. The Cessna 152, I'm interested in seeing if they updated the livery in the latest update. I don't think they did. I didn't see anything in the change notes. And what I don't like about this livery is that whatever you put on the wing gets mirrored to the other wing. So I can't like write something on one wing and then write something on the other. As far as I've been able to find out, you can only put something on one wing and it automatically gets mirrored to the other one, which is a little can be a little frustrating. They can't put like writing on the top unless you wanted to see it mirrored. Glacier look might not want to full mixture elevation. So basically, is that right? Like a less mixture will give me more power when you're higher. Is that understanding correct? Which is like you're putting less fuel in the engine and you get more power when you're higher up, right? Something to do with the pressure. I don't understand that, but I know that in IL-2 that's often the case. If you're up above certain altitude, you lean the mixture out and then you hear the engine get stronger. Less oxygen outside, so we want less fuel with it. Copy that. Interesting. Okay, so basically the mixture here, I'm going to lean it out a little bit. And where's my RPM? There's the RPM. Okay, I'm gonna lean it out and keep looking at that dial over there. There you go. Starts cutting down. I put it back up. Taking a look around. Nice to be back in this airplane. I like the Cessna 152 a lot too. Looking around and scrolling back until I see that drop. Okay, it's starting to drop, so I'm gonna leave it around there. Okay, I haven't installed that mod of dome lights. I basically try to leave as many with like a better dome lighting. I bet pitot heater probably want that on. I try to keep as free as mods as possible in my sim, especially while they're working on updating things. All right, let's go.
Puntar Tower, Hypertext Hero 1 ready at runway tree 4 departing straight out.
Hypertext Hero
And thank you for all your help, Wild Craze. I appreciate your expertise and your help here very much. You get my very beautiful. Yeah, we have to get a move on there because oh, there's a problem. See that? Maybe I have to update this library because there was a bit of some missing texture or something like that. Copy that, tower. We're ready to go.
Takeoff runway tree 4 Hypertext Hero 1.
All right, let's go. Spent half today finding an overlap between planes that works and planes I want to fly. That's part of the Microsoft Flight Simulator PC experience, right? Basically, you learn more about computers because you have to troubleshoot and you have to... What was the rotation speed? About 40 knots for this airplane. Copy that, dispatch. I'm gonna take this pizza guy's gonna have to come with me for a little adventure first. I'll take him to the pizza later. Over. Alright, so we're gonna ignore the pizza mission now. We're gonna turn south. What I hope is more or less south, north. What's gonna save us is oh, is that north? Oh, okay, so this is north. Yeah, we're just northeast. Because I messed with the compass in the beginning. That was a bad idea. Now I don't know how to reset it. We're gonna head north through the valley. We're gonna ignore the pizza mission because we're going for the treasure here. This Neoflight treasure. We're just gonna follow this road here. At least there's lights. That's good. This is northern India somewhere. And wow, look at this weather already. So this is not gonna be easy. Okay. Let me fire up Sim Toolkit Pro while we're flying here so that we do have landing rate predictions. There you go, the bot has joined. A lot of weather out there. Thank you, Kerr. Yeah, I think that you're probably right in this. It's a crazy mission. It's a bit of a daredevil thing we're doing here. But you're probably right about that. It's the... If we manage to get to the place, because it might be too high for the plane even, you know. We are in the Western Himalayas, I think, in northern India here. I've never been there. I don't know much about the Himalayas other than, you know, there's Nepal there, there's Mount Everest, there's K2, but I've never been there in real life. I don't know much about the area, so but I do know that airplanes, since the elevation is so high, airplanes such as this little Cessna are gonna have they're gonna have a bit of trouble up there. Thankfully not a BN2. Copy that, Iceberg. Thank you. It may be D by default for the compass, you're saying? Jeez, look at that. Oh, you're right. 1-2, boss. An applause for Iceberg, ladies and gentlemen. And Iceberg, if you want me to help you with those issues that I can write, I promised I would write a little link to help you with those issues you're having in Microsoft Flight Simulator. If you send me a link to them on Discord, I'll write a post because I misplaced the links you had sent. Okay. Okay, we will acknowledge that.
Buntar Tower, Hypertext Hero 1 frequency change.
Where's the brightness of these dome lights? I don't want to keep my head in the cockpit too much, too long. We'll just leave it like this for now. Yeah, so basically what Iceberg helped me with right now here is like in the beginning I had gone like this. I had like turned around, messed around with the heading, and now I press D, boom, and it puts it back to default, which is very nice. That's good to know. Basically pressing D is as if I had a compass with me, and I looked at where was north before I took off in the plane, and I set it, and I set the plane compass to the right, to the correct.
Transporter, you are above the radar detection altitude. Get off as quickly as possible.
Oh shit! Okay.
Hypertext Hero 1 is type Cessna 100.
Oh, we're gonna fail the pizza delivery missions because we're gonna have to go higher. So, but we don't care about the pizza delivery mission. We just care about the.
Transporter from dispatch. Mission canceled.
Yeah, there you go.
Landing at the airport.
Okay, mission was canceled, but that's fine. 0412. All right, let's do that. Where's my squawk code in this thing? Here it is. Let me make sure I'm not gonna crash before I put my head down here in the cockpit. Good day, Captain. How are you? Is this the one that has panel lights all the way on the right, potentially? 04, standby. 0 4 1 2. Set the transponder to on. Nice. The weather's getting in. It's clearing a little bit.
Roger, Hypertext Hero 1.
The best thing is to your compass when you on the runway and you know the bearing. Copy that. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but in the beginning. But then I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? I was already correct, and now it's the wrong one. So thanks so much for letting me know about that, D. Yeah, rough weather here, and the lights going down. What we're doing is going for a Neoflight treasure. This is gonna be really tricky. That's why I started the stream early, because I'm in live weather here in the Himalayas. We have until 10:24 New York City time. That's probably what, 2 p.m. Zulu time, and to find this treasure. And that's why I started the stream early, so we have a little bit of light here in the Himalayas. I'm in live weather, and we have and live time, and we have a bit of a chance to actually find it without you know, just crashing. If we can't land, we might just have to turn back. A little bit of an issue here of this library. I haven't updated it. I should update my library. Basically, whenever there's a sim update, what I do with my libraries is I go into I get the default ones from the sim again, and I drag them over to Photopeia or Photoshop, and then I put my stuff over it again. And I haven't done it with this one. That's probably why we're seeing that weird, mysterious purple light from the Cessna. It's like a Twilight Zone episode. It's like a Stephen King book. It's like the mysterious Cessna that went to look for some treasure in the Himalayas and was never heard, and a purple glow emanated from the cockpit, according to witnesses, and it was never seen again. You won't do that IRL, I think. There's lightnings. Yeah, there's lightnings. There's I don't think. I mean, the tower. I asked the tower for clearance. They're like, nope. You're not allowed to go out VFR. You have to go out. You know, you can't go out there visual flight rules. You have to go out there instrument flight rules only. So I clicked on ignore the airport weather restrictions, and then they let me take off. But no, it wouldn't. In real life, unless you're some sort of, you know, daredevil commando type, you probably wouldn't be doing this stuff we're doing right here. But that's the cool thing about simulators and stuff. You can do stuff that in real life may get you or other people killed, but you can do it, and it just makes you excited. The pilot of the Magenta head glow. And while Chris was saying, is this the one that has panel lights all the way to the right? I don't know. The panel lights, I think, are here, dome lights. But I think there's something you turn. Oh, here you go. Maybe glare shield brightness. But I know there's a mod that makes it better. But I don't have it installed. Let's try this. Oh, stand by. Yeah, and I apologize if the stream elements is getting a little too, Oh, here you go. It's getting a little bit it's talking too much here on the stream. I just turned it on, so this is new for the stream, and I'm hoping that I'll change the settings so it doesn't become too much of a pest. You know, this AI, you have to make sure they don't become too pestilent. Okay, I think this, I don't know if this is doing anything. Yeah, I don't think that is actually even doing anything, so we'll just we'll leave it off right now. It's a nice little glowy, a nice glow here in the Himalayas. The sun is going down there, but if you stay out of weather and we keep going relatively fast, we should be able to get there with just enough light. Whoa, big lightning over there. With just enough light to potentially land, although there may not be a place we can land. There may be a mountain. I don't know if I would be able to land on a mountainside and take off again, or even land. You know, it does simulate gravity, so if you land on something that's steep, the plane will, you know, careen down it and blow up in a fireball. Might be hidden behind the co-pilot side yoke. Alright, let's check it out. Thank you, Wow Craze. Let me turn it on again. Lighting co-pilot side yoke. Thankfully, not much turbulence. Okay, there's the co-pilot side yoke, cabin air, cabin heat. There's the Hobbs meter, ADF. Search and rescue mission here would be cool. Yeah, there are search and rescue missions here. I almost took one for instead of the pizza, but since I was going to ignore the mission anyway, the pizza was the closest one, and it seems the least You know, it's some stoner guy with like a Matt Pizza with marijuana embedded in the dough, so I don't think he's the type of guy that'll go crazy and try to wrestle control from the airplane from me in case something goes wrong. So I thought that's the one I was going to do. Probably confusing with a different one. I think you're talking probably about the 172 Wild Craze. That's all right. We'll keep going here. Let me take a quick look. Let me zoom back a little bit on the Neopad. It is a ways out, you know. It may be complete darkness and we just won't be able to see anything. But basically, we have to get all the way around here, like over here. I don't know if let me see if you can see this on the stream. We have to get all the way like here, around here. Alright, but I'm just gonna keep following this valley for a little bit. Thankfully Neopad is working again, so we can keep our track of our progress here. I think I had a flight info overlay. Let's see if, there you go, that comes on. I have to turn it on and off in OBS for it to capture it. The mysterious glowing purple glowing, the mysterious purple glow in the cockpit of the Cessna 152. Remove all this stuff. Let me do this so that I can maybe get some sound effects here in the stream as well. And oh, and I'm already losing it. Wow. I don't think there's aileron trim in this, if I remember right. Where is it? Will we make it, ladies and gentlemen? Will we make it to this? Number one, will we find the treasure from the air? Will they say that we're close to treasure? Number two, will we be able to find a place to land? Number three, will we be able to land? Number four, will we be able to take off again? Number five, will there be enough light? A lot of different factors in this mission. Whoa. Oh, there looks another purple light here. Seems to be a theme, or a red light out there. Seems to be a theme of the stream today. Where's Timmy Thumb? We have like a purple over here, Tim. Hey, Joey, happy Friday, man. Let's go. Happy Friday. Happy Friday for the whole chat. Sitting down today. I'm a little tired of standing up the past streams. Probably stand up again in the afternoon. Wildcraze said that I had missed, but will the treasure still be there as the mission got cancelled? I think the treasure, the treasure is, it's, you can't, this is what I'm talking about, okay? The treasure missions in Neofly, they're independent of other missions. So the missions that was canceled was the pizza mission we were doing over here. I just took that to have a mission. I wasn't gonna complete it. The treasure is actually here, and it's independent of any mission, so it should be there until 10:24 if we can get there. We have another 26 minutes. Maybe it'll disappear by the time we get there, but maybe that depends on if you started the mission before 10:24, it'll still be there. I don't know. We're gonna find out. It's a question I had too. Neofly now has an online guide if you're curious. If you go to neofly.net. This is the little mission career role-playing game utility I'm using here. And you go to guide, there's now a Neofly guide you can use. Walker says, I'm nearly sure I read somewhere it needs to be picked up during a mission. Ah. Well, that would explain why maybe some people were having trouble even finding it if the mission was cancelled. So, I guess the question is, if you fail the mission, will it just disappear, or will it just let you still let you pick you up? I'm gonna try it. I'm all the way over here already. Don't have that far to go. I don't know if we're gonna make it in the next what, 27 minutes or so. But we're getting there. Not too far. Icebird for all says, for the guys who won't read the manual. Yeah, probably they're like, you know, this hyper guy, he doesn't want to read any manuals. He keeps coming to the forums and saying there are things wrong, and it's just because he didn't read the manual. Let's just shut this guy up. Let's put a guide in HTML format on the web. And hey, I love HTML. I like to have things accessible on the web, so I'm glad that happened. I don't know if it was my fault, but well, it wasn't my fault. I didn't do it, but I'm glad it exists. Yep, yeah, that's the treasure by the hills. Have you ever tried this one, Joey? I think it's a tricky one. It might be higher than this airplane will fly. We might just have to turn back. What's the ceiling on this thing? Like 14,000 feet or 12,000 feet or something? That's 152, I'm not even sure. I didn't even check. What a hero, huh? Alright, this is the valley I'm gonna turn into here, and look at that, it starts getting high. It's gonna start getting... I haven't got Neofly off the ground yet. Oh, copy that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It is a little bit finicky. You have to do a lot of things manually, where in, you know, a normal video game you'd expect it to be done for you automatically, but it is, it's a lot of fun. I've been enjoying it. Yeah, we're gonna have to climb here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that, look at what's in front of us there. And I'm losing power too. Oh, I'm losing power. What happened? Leaning the mixture, leaning the mixture. I don't think we're gonna make it up this hill. Too much. Find the sweet spot. That's alright. Man, I didn't think it'd be this high. Look how high this is gonna be. Yeah, I leaned it. Yeah. I'm having trouble keeping her off. And look at that, it's getting nighttime, the weather's closing in there. I'm gonna have to turn around and try to climb higher because we're not gonna make it up that mountain. I don't even know if we're gonna be able to do a turn. Look how many cars out here. This looks a little bit... I don't think there'd be this much traffic in the Himalayas. I'm gonna give myself 10-degree flaps to get the lift up a bit, and then I'm gonna have to turn back, and we're gonna have to try to increase height before we get back here. Totally lost lift there. I don't know if there's a strong downdraft as well, but we have to turn back, ladies and gentlemen. Carburetor heat on. Let me check. Anti-ice engine. Pull on. Okay. Now it's on. It was off. Maybe that was the problem. Thank you, Icebird. Icebird, a lifesaver here. Walkways as well. I learned a new phrase this summer, oat tractor. What the heck is an oat tractor? Is that from Farming Simulator? I'm having to turn back here and see if I can get this plane to climb a bit faster. Too lean. Flaps up again. Okay, that's feeling better now. Don't praise the day before 11:59. I learned because you can't say horse on a sailboat. Oat tractor. Still don't get it, but I'm trying to fly the airplane here. We're gonna try to. I don't think we're gonna make that, but one, the light has gone out. Two, the Cessna doesn't want to climb. I don't know if it was that radiator heat, the carburetor heat. I'm gonna try to climb higher. If I can climb to about I don't know, 12,000, I assume those peaks are. We'll try it. But I'm thinking I'm gonna have to cancel the mission given the time. We're not going to be able to make it there any longer because it's 10:05, and given the light, the lack of light, and given this airplane, I think we have to come back maybe if a BN2 has a higher ceiling, even though I don't want to use my BN2 and lose yet another one. Maybe this will be a failed mission. Well, we'll be back in one piece. That's always a success. But I'm gonna trying to keep climbing. If the Cessna can go about 13,000, I'll turn around and try it. Okay, we are climbing now. Horses eat oats and used to do hard work. Okay, I saw the horse picture on top of a tree in your Discord. Wow, crazy! That's a crazy photo. Was that in Farming Simulator? My first thought also was like a bug or a mod in Red Dead Redemption, but maybe if we give ourselves some bossa nova, this will become a little bit easier to fly here. Huh? Some relaxing piano and bossa nova. Not just bossa nova. Okay, we are climbing now. We were until I stopped paying attention a moment ago. I'm glad horses don't do hard work anymore. I always feel really bad when I see animals. But, you know, let's not go too deep into that because of the other stuff we do with animals these days. In Elite Dangerous, there's, it can be a trader, and there's synthetic meat. I'm looking forward to that becoming a reality. Oh, look at that, we're approaching 10,000 now. Let's turn around and let's keep going for it, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to give up that easily. But I'm at 10,000, but those peaks, look at that. That's what, probably another couple of thousand feet up. Keep climbing and see. Thanks so much, Iceberg, for that clue about the carburetor heat. I had to pull it to turn it on. A little confusing because the throttle and the mixture you push to increase, but the carburetor here you pull. Serving ceiling 14,700. Copy that, Iceberg. Thank you. So we have about 4,000, almost 5,000 more feet from this height to work with. Not the most terribly exciting thing to see an outside view of nothing there, but hey, I knew this could happen. At least they're still not as useless as bacons yet. I love bacon, you know. My mom stopped eating meat because she watched this film called Babe. And she didn't want to eat pigs anymore. I understand her. I just wish it didn't taste so good. Now I just eat meat from local farmers. You know, so it's not just industrial, but eventually I would want to just be totally vegetarian. Maybe that's gonna have to be in the next life. Yeah, but you know, the way they treat the pigs in the mass-produced industrial, basically concentration camps is reality, so... That'll do, pig, that'll do. Me, you too. You know, if you spend time in a farm, in a small farm of animals, you just... But I'm not saying, you know, this past month I visited a vegetable farmer, and he had to kill a bunch of animals too to grow vegetables. He had to shoot a bunch of deer that were eating all his lettuce and all his strawberries. So unfortunately, you know, if we want to eat, generally we have to kill other things, whether they're plants who can't even run away, or animals who, you know, do have moms and feel pain. And man, this is getting worse and worse. I can barely see anything out there. I'm gonna have to turn back. This is not gonna happen. I'm making an executive decision. Look at that light. It just went. The sun went down. The reflection disappeared off the clouds, vanished. Dispatch, we're turning back over. We're not going to be able to. Can't see anything out here any longer. So just send me a chopper for that treasure if you really want to find it. Over. I don't think. What's the ceiling of a helicopter? I don't think it's that high. No? Yeah, hopefully the treasure was just a lightning. Yeah, I think I'm making an executive decision to turn back. We're turning back to the airport. We're not going to lose a Cessna as well as a BM2. Yeah. Turning back. We're going to live to fly another mission. Later today, this afternoon stream, we're going to be flying a Digital Combat Simulation World P-51 Mustang. Maybe a Mort 75 will join me for another dogfight practice. Well, the guy's flying with VR though. It's amazing experience, but I think it's harder to see, I think, because I haven't flown a flight simulator in VR. I've flown Elite in VR at a friend's house for a very short time, just a few minutes. Awesome. But okay, what's going on here? Very good. So, since I have 14 days to fly for free, since I'm using the standalone version of DCS, I can fly any module I want for 14 days, and I activated the Spitfire, activated the Normandy 1944 map, activated the World War II vehicles, like the assets, like the radars and the little jeeps and little tanks and little tents that you have in the map. You have to get that too if you wanna use the map. I have 14 days to use all that, so I'm gonna try pretty much as many airplanes as I can. First was a Spitfire, I liked it a lot. Now I'm gonna try the P-51, then probably P-47, maybe the Dora, maybe I'll try the German Focke-Wulf for a change. It's been a long time since I've flown anything German in a flight simulator, at least in a combat flight simulator. And yeah, look at that. And we're going to try to do all that before the 2-week trial run for the map runs out, and then we're going to decide on our first World War II Warbird to get for DCS. Maybe I'll get it even if it's not on sale, or maybe I'll get it on sale. And we're going to be playing that game too. I haven't forgotten about Isla 2. We're going to do Isla 2 stream soon as well.
Contour Tower, hypertext
21 miles north, okay. I'm heading south, so I'm going to head there.
Hypertext Hero 1 Contour Tower. Altimeter 29er decimal 6E, wind 115
Alright.
Fly left traffic runway.
We're far
Tree
away
4
still, but I want to
hypertext
already
Hero
do that
1.
now. Time to hydrate. I never watched Babe, actually. I think I watched Animal Farm and read a book. What's that? Bill? More bills coming in. Dispatch, you have some more bills coming in here. Can you please talk to the accountant over? The flying car, the Cessna 152, the flying car from the 1970s, 1960s even. I have to change that logo to Hypertext Zero. We're gonna find out how to do that in another stream. It's whatever you want. You know, I mean, the Cessna's not sending me any money to advertise for them here, so I don't want their logo on my dashboard. If they will pay me money, then I'll let them keep their logo on my dashboard. I do that with everything. Like I have like my brother is like, why do you cover the logo on your cameras? You know, you have a nice camera. Why do you cover the logo? It's because hey, if they're not paying me to advertise for them, why should I advertise for them? You know, I don't care what it is. If I really like it, I will. You know. But the real reason I cover the logos on the cameras is if I shooting through a window, I don't have the reflection of the logo. I don't want like, you know, Fuji or Canon or whatever, or Leica, whatever you want on your photograph. That's the main reason. How far away are we from this airfield? Let's see. Not too far, probably around another 10, 12 nautical miles to go. Does not to keep hoodlums from wanting to snag it. That's a third reason, but yeah, I try to, basically cameras, I try to make them as ugly and as beat up as possible. It's kind of like if I bought like a Porsche or a Ferrari, the first thing I would do is I get a hammer and I would hit it in several places in the car. I would scratch it. I would maybe even crack one of the lights, just to make it look as beat up as possible, to call less attention from hoodlums or. Hopefully I'm not too close to this mountain here. I can't see with this. I am getting a little close, but I can't see anything out here. It'll be a night landing. As inconspicuous as possible, but there's also there's a side to that. There's another side to that. I used to really like black cameras, and that were really like you couldn't see them and they were very inconspicuous. But these days I actually like the silver shiny ones more, because they make me look more like a tourist. And then if you're taking photos, someone's like, oh, it's just a dumb tourist, you know, just leave them alone. They don't take you seriously, you know, they don't think, well, you're actually doing work. Porsche is, I think, German. Ferrari is Italian. I don't know, it's probably it's probably all owned by Japanese or Americans now. Didn't Jaguar or BMW get bought by, what, like Volkswagen or something? I forget. Wait. Still stormy out there, ladies and gentlemen. This what turned into a night flight here. I like cars that take me from A to B, like airplanes that take me from A to B, you know, the super nice, you know, like sort of sports cars. I'm just not as interested unless they're older. I like the older sports cars. They're a little bit smaller, less show-offy. Yeah, Fiat Panda. I love a Fiat Panda. I love what was that? What was the wild craze you had mentioned? The Prefect or something? Not the Ford Prefect, but the one that Mr. Bean has. The Italian equivalent is an Ape. It's like a three-wheeled thing. It's a Reliant or something. I forget. I like those types of cars. I like a Mini, the original Mini, not the other one that's like a giant one. It's not a Mini anymore. Bean has a Mini. And he also had the little three-wheeled thing, I forget the name. And I like that French one that looks like it has little eyes in front and it looks like an umbrella. The top of the car looks like an umbrella. The Citroën 2CV or something. That's a nice car. Oh, that's his Nemesis drive. We'll try to put a picture of it here on stream not too long from now, ladies and gentlemen. I can't see where the heck I'm going. I wonder if this airport's going to be lit. Oh, I think Amber just burned some toast. No, I think it's just some regular toast. Maybe there's something to... Whoopa! Whoa, we can get some glimpses of the outside road. I don't know if any of you have ever watched the TV13 or so. French one, huh? I don't know if any of you have ever seen The Twilight Zone, this TV show from, I think it was the 1980s here in the States, and there's this episode that, I don't know if it was produced or directed by Steven Spielberg, but it's this guy, like a, you know, sort of a middle-aged, sort of businessman type, in an airplane, and they're flying like in stormy weather and there's lightning outside, and the guy keeps, he's looking out of the wing and stuff. He has a window seat, and then whoa, and then all of a sudden he looks out and he sees something on the wing. He sees something out there, and then he looks more closely and there's a little gremlin like taking bites, starting to scratch at the wing and scratch at the engine and like taking bites out of it, and he like freaks out, you know. So I think my favorite Twilight Zone. The Reliant Robin, thank you, Craze. We're gonna try to put a picture on the stream after we land here, okay? Because I'm gonna have to start paying attention. We're not too far from the airport. There it is. There's our home base where it's approaching. I feel the airplane is losing power a little bit. And maybe just I can't see up ahead so far. I should pay more attention to my attitude indicator here. Let's keep our nose above the horizon, or just slightly above it, about 5 degrees. Or between 5, and we don't have NVGs, and I can't see anything. Look at that, I can't see anything anymore. I'm flying pretty much blind here. Oh, there's a little light. Wow, this is a little dangerous here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have the night vision goggles installed. Okay, here's the road, Let's follow the road. If we can see it. I'm just gonna keep an eye on this right here, and try to stay into the horizon. But I'm getting vertigo now. My wings are level, but am I heading straight to a mountain? I think I am. Now I'm looking at Neopad. Alright, that's better. And this happens in real life. A lot of crashes. I mean, I'm not the authority, but a lot of crashes happen because of vertigo. People just losing it, you know. Okay, there's some stars. That's good. I think we flew into some weather there. My head up here to try to see a bit around there. There you go. All right, there is some clouds, some weather. Maybe that's why everything had disappeared earlier. 2CV, that's it, yeah. The Citroen 2CV, classic looking car. Looks like an umbrella, I think. An umbrella with eyes. Whoa, that was a lightning almost struck the airplane. It was right next to us. Okay, I see some... Okay, we flew through a cloud. There's a road. Okay. Hopefully it leads to the airport. Now I'm having to balance keeping the lights on that like almost blind me inside the airplane. And keeping the stuff inside here. I don't know if this airport is lit. If it's not, we're just gonna have to zoom in here and just do it manually. Is that it over there? Okay. I don't think the airport is lit. Fantastic. And we're right over it. Okay. Full flaps. Yeah, I don't have... I uninstalled Reshade before I updated the sim, and I didn't install it again, I swear, so it's not installed right now, unfortunately. Because I always do that. I uninstall all... after I've been bit pretty hard once by it, I always remove everything from Community Forwards. I uninstall all mods before updates. And I just didn't install it again yet, because I'm waiting for the hotfix and stuff. You know, Microsoft Flight Simulator on PC, if you have a bunch of mods and stuff, can be a full-time job. It's like I have to hire like someone to just manage the sim for me. Maybe one day when
Hypertext Hero 1 wind 108 at 7. Cleared to land runway tree 4.
Thank you, Tower, but I can barely see the airport. Can you guys turn a light on there or something? What the heck? Over. Alright, it was on the left side of the river. I don't see it, but we're just gonna have to...
Hero 1, did you copy?
I copied. Did you copy me?
Clear
Other
to
than
land
that.
runway tree 4 hypertext Hero 1.
I'm just gonna wend with tailwind, I think. I don't care. And this music's gonna drive me crazy, so let me change it. Got a glimpse of it there. I'm just doing it by NeoFly right now. Oh!
Mayday, dispatch.
We didn't make it, ladies and gentlemen. We did not make it.
Radar contact now transporter. Please send rescue to his last position.
That was scary, huh? Hey, Sheepa, good morning. Good afternoon. That was scary. All of a sudden saw trees. No lights in the airport. What are they thinking? Hey, Dante. We lost our... Not a BN2. It's a Cessna, but one more plane gone in NeoFly. Let's turn on the display capture and take a look at... It was insured though, so now we actually have some money from this thing that we just crashed. Scary, huh? Another one bites the dust. Is the title by any chance dedicated to me? Bad weather mountains. Oh, because you are in the mountains? Yeah, you can consider it dedicated to you, Dante. It was a failure both in finding the treasure and in being able to return to the base in one piece. In IRL, on some airports, the pilots can turn on the lights of a calm frequency and pressing the transmit key several times. Hopefully this also come in the sim. For real, that would be amazing. Like as an emergency thing when there's no one there. That would be amazing because, come on. I told them, you know, that's kind of unrealistic. We wouldn't like go out there with some flashlights or make a fire or something. Where did we end? We ended up on these trees right here. Look at that. I was too low. I was way too low. I should have zoomed in and maybe try to follow the river. But yeah, another one bites the dust. Hypertext, you're not doing good. But look at that. We now have $203,000. We got a bit of the insurance from the Cessna. We still have our BN2. We do owe a million some dollars. Using this $203,000, we're gonna move somewhere else. Because I'm flying live weather. I can't find that treasure right now. 3 against 1 is unfair. Trees are nemesis in me in video games, so and flight simulators, and IL2 as well. Any suggestions where we should move to? Should we go back to near Jamaica, or should we go back to where we were flying yesterday? I think we were in Puerto Rico yesterday. I think we were here in Aeropuerto José Ponte de la Torre. I think that's where we were yesterday. Let's go back to the BN2. I'm just gonna do it manually because I think in Microsoft Flight Simulator that airfield had a different name. Let's see. Puerto Rico. We were here yesterday. Roosevelt Roads Off-Steep Field, but in Neofly, at least when you zoom in, it's called Aeropuerto José Ponte de la Torre. Alright. Let's go back to our Islander. I had brought the Islander all the way to Nepal, so we're gonna have to pay to bring it back here because I was thinking maybe we can still maybe we can do it of the Islander, but then when I saw the conditions, I was like, I'm gonna switch to the Cessna. So good thing we did that, because otherwise it would have been another BN2. Otherwise it would have been this, ladies and gentlemen. There, we do have now stream elements here, and I added in some new commands you can check out. There's gonna be giveaways. I don't know how to do them yet, but I kind of want to do them a little bit how SimCaesar does, using Google random number generator, so you can actually see it, pick it, what number it's picking, and then assign it to someone. I don't know how to do that yet, but that's gonna come. To be able to get tickets and stuff like that. Taking ideas from other really nice streamers out there. We have a couple right here. We have Wild Craze with us. We have Icebird. We're all here with us, helping out. Danteaka streams some War Thunder, I think. Mostly, I'm not sure. Maybe some other stuff. And Sheepa out here as well. Thank you for dropping by, Sheepa. Played some... Oh! Misspelled. Some... Oh, was it correct? Yeah. No, I was wrong. Okay. Yeah, Joey Bolo 77, of course. Always welcome here. Always nice to have you all drop by the stream. And thanks for dropping by earlier, Catherton. And also Imposter guy was here a little earlier. Imposter 12 guy. Alright. And of course, almost forgot because has the same color over there. The Dale DK, I think it's called. Not necessarily a streamer, but I think that's how it's spelled. I lose it sometimes, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for that. There it is. Yeah, if they're around. If not, that's fine too. We're just hanging out. The pleasure is mine. Bots, real people, you're all welcome. All right, where's my BN2 Islander? Here it is. Libraries. Hypertext 01. I still haven't updated to the latest version that I'm working on, but that's coming. I'm gonna click fly. Make sure my throttle is back, although we'll start from the ramp, so there's not gonna be any power to the engine. We don't have to worry about any prop strikes, stuff like that, if you strike with engine on, or airplane strikes into other stuff. Okay, what is the name of this airfield again? Let's see. I'm gonna change the name here. Puerto Rico to Jamaica. Let's go to Jamaica, ladies and gentlemen. Flight in a BN2 Islander. Neofly mission. Starting at... Where are we starting at? I just said it and I forgot. Here we go. Tango Juliet Romeo Victor. Stream title has been updated. All right. Tango Juliet. Ooh, there's a little truck coming by, I think. Romeo Victor. We'll search for missions there, and we're also going to set my pallet position. We're gonna have to pay $10,000 to $5,000 to Scotty to beam us up the Starship Enterprise and back there. All right. Stand by. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Scotty, this is hypertext. Please beam us to Tango Juliet Romeo Victor, both myself and BN2 Islander, please. Okay. All right, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're beaming ourselves up to Tango Juliet Romeo Victor. We're there, but now let's get the Islander over. Right click. Bring to pilot location. Are we ready? Are we ready? Bring to pilot location. We are now at Tango Juliet Romeo Victor. Excellent. Okay. We are both here, alright? Okay, let's see. What missions do we have around here? Tango Juliet Romeo Victor. I want to go to Jamaica. Let's go see where Elias Peaks lives. So let's put, I think, small trip. Maybe a little bit further than small trip. Maybe it's going to be, and no points for that crash. Obviously, that crash, so it wasn't a landing. But oh, look at that. Humanitarian flight. I've never done one of these before. At Port-au-Prince in Haiti. They do need help there. To do a humanitarian flight? Let's do it. No risk. Let's do a humanitarian flight. There's also La Havana. Let's do a humanitarian flight to Port-au-Prince. Never did one of these before. Alright. This experience was very immersive. I feel beamed. Thanks, Shipa. I have to get those sounds. I was just using YouTube right now, but I'm gonna have to get those sounds down. Icebergs, I cannot push her any further. She's gonna blow, Captain. Oh my God, there was an error on the beam, and the BN2 can make change to a fly. To a fly. Hopefully the BN2 is in one piece. Okay, I think it'll be fine. We're gonna do a humanitarian mission. Let me update the Puerto Rico to Haiti humanitarian flight in a BN2 Islander neo-flight mission starting at Tango Juliet Romeo Victor, and we are going to Haiti. There's a drop zone, okay? Altitude less than 1,000 feet over near the airport there, and then we can just land at the airport. All right. I'm just updating the stream titles. Let's right click. Does anybody want to fly this with me? Should I do Fly of Friends? Let's do Fly of Friends. Server. Arcade. No password. Start the server. Connect and fly. Two passengers need to jump out of the airplane. I guess. And 1305 pounds and 1305 pounds, 2 passengers, okay. Stand by. 2 passengers. Get rid of all the other ones. I wish they would get tab working here again. Okay, let's make this on the weight of like Kerr. What was it, like 350 or something? I don't remember. I think it was like more 250, but I don't remember. No, these rugby players, they weigh a lot of, they eat a lot. Flies, flies, grammar love. I like that. Thank you, Craze. I'll hop over. I think the Bonanza still works. Copy that. The Fly 1986. Jeff Goldblum. Oh man, that movie was... Oh. The guy starts eating a lot of sugar and he turns into a fly. He walks into this thing and instead of Jeff Goldblum, this fly comes out, you know. Like you took a Cessna 152 to... You ran into a tree and then you come back as a BN2 Islander in another life. Okay. What was it? How much cargo do we need? 1305 or something? Let's check that again. 1305. Well, let's put about 500 there. Let's put about 100 there. 300, no. 200. No. Wow, okay. 235. 1305. Alright, we're good. Check back a Neil Fly. Everything's green except for the motor. Oh, this engine is loud as hell, so before I start this. Okay. This is the only plane I really have to do this for because the engine is so loud, but I do have to turn the engine sound down on this thing. About 50%, alright. I don't know if there's another option we could do instead of doing that, but that's what I know to do. Hyala 2. Alright. Battery. Put our lights on. Usually wouldn't turn on the strobes so we don't blind these people out there, but that's pretty bright right now. I think we're okay to turn. Alright, close the doors. Tony, take it easy out there. Watch the prop. Oh, wait a minute. Right, engine is fine. Bambino Tech out there and very gaming. Gonna have to, even with the engine sound level at like 50%, we still have to edit a little bit of stand by. SimToolkit Pro still with us. Let's see, what is it called? Predict? Yes, it is. Alright, that's good to know. Let's turn on the avionics. And we're gonna go, we're not gonna go to Haiti here, we're gonna go, I mean, we're gonna go to Haiti, we're not gonna, our destination is not an airport, is a humanitarian mission to, I guess, drop something. No risk drop at DZ, designated zone, from altitude of less than 10 meters. So we're gonna have to do basically a very low flight over here to drop some supplies. After that, instead of flying all the way back, we'll land at Carrefour du Yard, or maybe we'll keep going to Jamaica even. I think our fuel level should be okay. Yeah, we have plenty of fuel. Alright, it's the range of this mission is around Ooh. Gonna be a long one, 380 nautical miles, okay. Oh dear, I might have to keep the autopilot on and keep flying after we take off here. I didn't think it was that long. Wow, okay. Well, let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. There's autopilot, thank the gods. Give me one more second here while I get the sound levels. Bless you! At a manageable position. Okay, so the bearing is gonna be, yeah, roughly directly west. But I'm gonna put on my dashboard this airport here, the Aéroport International Toussaint-Louverture. I'm just gonna look that up on Google. Haiti International Airport Toussaint, and I'm gonna write ICAO and try to get an ICAO for that. And the ICAO seems to be PAP, Papa Alpha Papa. Let's go into our BM2 Islander here and let's to this Garmin 530 and set a direct line to Mama all the way over there. We're taking some supplies to Mama, all right? We got a direct line to our auntie over in Haiti, all right? Yeah, direct line, set a direct line to auntie. PAP. Easy one to remember. And here we go. I should mention, yesterday I got an invite from this gentleman who plays shooters, primarily like a Warzone and stuff like that. Call of Duty, as he calls it. A kind gentleman from Canada who's like, I think, hails originally from Portugal, or speaks Portuguese at least. It's called Spock. So I'll give a shout out to Spock. I'm now in his stream team, even though it's shooters and not flight sims. Maybe I'll join, hopefully eventually I'll join a stream team for a flight simulator at some point. But right now, when I do play shooters once in a while, I'll be sure to give Spock. There's no rules that I can see to be in the stream team. It's just like we'll probably get some visitors from their end of the internet, and we'll send them from our end of the internet. But very nice gentleman. I spent some time watching his streams. He doesn't only talk about shooters. He also talks a lot about streaming and gives tips about streaming. So I really enjoyed finding his channel, and it's nice to get an invite to be part of that stream team. Go and pay a visit if you can, if you like. Okay, enter. Oh, Vor. Oh, duplicate waypoints. Wait, did I already enter one? Or there's two? I don't know. That looks about right, 380, so I hope that... I don't know stuff about VORs, I have to learn all that stuff, so I'm just gonna hope that this will get us more or less in the right... go in the right direction. Let's see. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. We're in the maximum range here, but that should get us the right place. All right. Autopilot. I think I don't know if there's any big mountains on the way. I think that we'll be safe at about 4,000 feet or so. So let's just do that. Maybe 3,500 or something. And the autopilot, I'm going to leave it at nav. Okay, and we'll climb manually to 3,500 feet and then we'll turn on the autopilot. Alright, I think we're good to go. I don't know if there's anyone going to fly with me over here. Maybe Wildcard said he was going to join in, but I'm just going to mind my business here and get going. Hopefully we won't crash a BN2 during this flight. Alright. Oh, not remain in progress, sorry. Usually the closest one, confirm my region, sometimes an idea. Sim crashed twice so far, killed Neofly 2 this time. Oh dear, I'm sorry to hear that. Annoying. Usually the closest one, you're talking about that thing on the GPS and the Garmin, right? The closest one to confirm my region, sometimes an idea. Copy that. Right. I think it looked fine, so
Tango Juliet Romeo
I'm just gonna announce that I'm leaving. Maybe this is a disused airport because there's no tower for us to get permission from. We're just gonna go. All right. Brakes are where are the brakes? Here. Brakes are off. Power. Closest waypoint, yeah. Copy that, Wild Chris. Thank you. Do you have any opinions about stream teams, Wild Craze? Check if there's anything coming. Looking good. Alright. I'm just gonna turn right here. Oh, there's a car there in the middle of the runway. Hey, what's up? You don't want me to take off or what? This car just standing there. I'm gonna have to dodge him, I guess. Alright, flaps down to takeoff position. Let me do one more confirmation in Neoflight to see if I forgot anything. Oh, parking brake set. EJRV. Okay, I see Wild Craze with me. Stand by. I think I got a little confused by the parking brake. Let me set it again. I'm in the middle of the runway here. And Neofly is not... Stream teams never did me much good. Couple more falls, never show up. Copy that. Yeah, I'll see how it goes, you know. You can always leave them if it's not doing... If you don't feel it's doing much good. But I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna try it out and see. You know, there's no commitment from what I can see. No rules. Okay, what is going on here? The Neofly, I'm gonna show you what's going on. Let me turn this display capture again. So basically, oh, and I forgot to... Oh, I'm good. I have parking brake, no parking brake, okay. I think we're good. I just clicked the no parking brake button. Maybe they added that because of these bugs that sometimes crop up. Doesn't hurt either, so might as well try and see what it's about. Copy that. Yeah, as long as you don't have a terrible experience with a stream team, I think that's more what I want to hear. You know, it's not like something to be avoided. I had questioned whether, because I'm mostly flight simulators, so I had questioned whether, you know, you're a shooter guy, you know, should I be part of a stream team of a shooter guy? But I do play shooters once in a while too. So and his answer was yes, you should probably join as many as you can. You know, but I'm trying it out. Alright. I don't know your status, Wild Craze. If you're ready to go, you are showing up in Neofly to me. To my left here. But maybe not quite ready yet. I'm just gonna get going, alright? If you want me to wait, let me know. I'll set up a circuit pattern over the airfield here. Yeah, this stream elements thing about the subscribe thing, I have to take that a little bit less often. I'm an amateur at all this, ladies and gentlemen, so I apologize if anything bothers you that shows up here. I'm too cheap to have MFS on an SSD, so it takes a fraction of an hour to load. Copy that. Yeah, it took me a long time to go to SSDs as well, but finally... Actually, when I had my other PC that was having trouble with performance issues, I tried to get an SSD to solve performance issues there. And it helped, but it didn't solve the issues, you know, it just made loading a little bit, oh, God. I'm gonna have to get up here. It just made loading a little bit, auxiliary fuel pumps off, loading a little bit faster. But it didn't really solve the issue, so... But I know that these games like the Assassin's Creed and stuff, they benefit from it a lot. It helped my stuttering. There's Wild Crazy. Oh, and Joey coming with us on a trip. Awesome. I'm gonna circle a little bit while these gentlemen take off. Joey on a DA62. And Wild Crazy on a, what is a BE Bonanza 36, I guess. I'm gonna go to basically almost directly west. It's probably around I don't know, 275 maybe, 273. I'll say 273. Let me set this roughly so that I have that bearing there. So I like having the manual bearing set up. About 273, let's say. And I'll circle a little bit. Wait till Wild Crazy takes off. Joey's coming along. Maybe we should start our own flight sim stream team. You know, we got Joey here, we got Wild Crazy, we got Sheepa, we got Kerr, we got Icebird, we got Timmy Thumb. There's a stream team right there. You know, I don't like to have like commitments and stuff and be like a business. You must be there, you know, when I stream and stuff. I would want it to be just, you know, a category that you can, like-minded people to get along. All right. Well, Crazy getting going there. And Joey circling as well. I'm gonna try to form up on Joey. We have plenty of fuel. This plane has, I think, a 900 or 800 nautical mile range, so 300 and something should be fine. We have some time to circle here. Let's look back at the chat. Subscribe on YouTube. Thank you, Joey. Appreciate it. I think I subscribed to YouTube, but I haven't. I'll make sure that I go right after the stream or right when I turn on autopilot here. I think if I reach, like, I thought it was 100, maybe it's 1,000, so it's like something impossible, you know, but then you get like a custom link instead of this long, ugly link full of, you know, letters and numbers and punctuation. That's my main goal, to try to get a normal link like YouTube/Hypertext Hero or something. So. Chipa says, I haven't installed on a M2 SSD drive, but ever since Xbox there has been performance issues, not often, but peak times it stutters. Have you tried playing it offline and see if that helps? I haven't, but I hear you. Sounds like a fun idea. I ain't got crap on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, I follow to help people out, to try to... And of course, sometimes I find some interesting stuff and I subscribe to, you know, try to raise everyone up together here. But I appreciate the follow very much. Let's do a low pass on Wild Crazy. Check on his status down there. A humanitarian mission from Puerto Rico to Haiti. My first humanitarian mission in Neofly. First flying the BN2 Islander as well. There he is. I think he's moving. Taxiing. A bit of a wing shake there to say hi. Nice stable aerial platform, this airplane. Nice to fly at a low altitude and low airspeed. Joey Bolos behind me, nice. That's the plane I used to catch up to Icebird in his stream yesterday, because he was flying a BN2, but he had it, you know, trimmed up, and he had it going really fast. So it was taking me ages to catch up, so I just switched to the DA62, which has a higher cruising speed, and managed to catch up and say hi. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Wild Crazy in a takeoff run. Watch out for those lights on the edge. And he's up. Alright. So I have my autopilot for about, I think, 3,500 feet. And I'll tell you the bearing once I activate it. We can fly, just fly west here a while, and bearing 273, I think I set. Have not played offline yet, but it only happens in peak hours. In peak hours, like you mean like evening in Europe? You're using probably the Western Europe server. Not sure if you're flying the Bonanza or another airplane that's showing us the Bonanza. I forget what you were saying before Wild Craze, but I think it's showing to me like a Bonanza. Ooh, the paint just is changing mid-air here. That's funny. Like you get, you know, you got like the Rico guy from Just Cause 4 climbing on the side of your airplane and spray painting it live while you're flying. What the heck? Alright, I'm gonna go to 3,500 people. Wow, crazy Joey Bull over there. Flying low, being above the treetops there, Wild Craze. I'm gonna go to about 3,500 and then I'm gonna turn on the autopilot, full power. We're not smuggling water. Yeah, maybe we're smuggling. I don't know. Yeah. I think. Oh, wait. We have to stay less than 1,000 feet. Is that right? I think it's only the drop. Let me check the. Good question. Let me check. Risk, no risk. Drop at the. Yeah, we don't. I think the altitude doesn't matter. It's at the drop zone. We have to be flying less than 10 meters or something crazy like that. But on the way, we're okay. I think. Yeah, just like where the scenery is. Copy that. Okay. Yeah, I'll stay down low for a little while. Why not? Let's stay where the scenery is in Puerto Rico. Here it looks really pretty. Just keep flying that the way and. You have the outro going, is that deliberate negative? Thank you, Kerr. I must have pressed the wrong button. An applause for Kerr, ladies and gentlemen, for helping us out here at the stream. Not deliberate at all, just doing too many things at once here. Eventually, when we have that keyboard hack for a stream deck, it probably will make things a little bit easier for us. Slowly climbing through 500, copy that. That's just a random number as well, we could stay lower. I just want to make sure I don't crash if I'm not paying attention, although I'm going to be hanging out here. Although this flight I think is going to be pretty long, so there's a chance I'll break for lunch and just leave it on autopilot. Estimated time en route, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a long one. Bit of turbulence over these mountains here in Puerto Rico. Putting back on the throttle a little bit and on the propeller RPMs. We're about 2,600 or so. As soon as we clear these mountains, I am going to change my IRL position here to standing. These knobs in the terrain is not 2,500 safe. Yeah, 2,500 is my preferred flight level too, but yeah, there's quite a few. Like I'm at like 3,300 almost, and there's a bit of a knob up here in front of me. A mountain. In the mist. Hiding in the mist, look at that. Yeah, copy that. I'm at yeah, about 3,600 on the one that I'm at. Very pretty. And I don't see much up ahead, so I think that maybe was the biggest one. I lost you guys in the clouds here. I'll turn and yeah, watch out ahead of you, Joey. There's a big like 3600 it was for me, the mountain. Oh, you don't see our nameplates? Interesting. Okay, I see yours. Alright, I'll just rendezvous with you guys. There you guys are. I got you. I see Wild Craze. Yeah, we're about north from you, Joey. Copy that, Sheepa. Thank you. Alright, we're right about at the flight level. 3500. I'm gonna activate the autopilot and see if it's working. Navigation mode. And looks like it picked it up. It was a little confusing in the beginning, but now it's at nav 3,500 feet. Let's see if the airplane does its thing and gets back on course here. Nav mode. I'm gonna lean her out a little bit to make sure we have enough fuel to get all the way there. There we go. Wow, quite lean. We are at all the way down here. Look at that. Cruising speed currently about 130. Oh, dropping a little bit. Didn't lean there too much. I'm gonna stay right about 140, right at the end of the green line. There you go. Nice. Just over 140. A little bit higher. Maybe you have a little tailwind going on here. A Wild Craze to my northwest, not far. I've got Joey. So hard to see in these clouds. Let's go to the outside view. I love clouds. I love the clouds in this game, especially. Joey Bolo out there. Beautiful, beautiful. A few screenshots here. There's one more. And I have Wild Craze close by over here. Copy that, Joey. You want us to? I think you have a faster plane than us, so it shouldn't have too much trouble catching up. The DA-62 should get you here. With not too much problem. And ahead of us, there are some mountains, but nothing as high as 3,500. I think we'll be safe here at this altitude. Little bit of a turbulence hitting the plane there. Did they say when the hotfix is gonna come out? Is it gonna be this weekend? I haven't looked again since they said that there will be a hotfix for some of the issues, and but some of the issues are gonna have to wait till August 24th, I think, with Sim World Update 6, I believe. All right, I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, for this humanitarian flight. Drop some, I don't know, maybe some supply, some water, some food, maybe some medicine, maybe some rocket-propelled grenades. I don't know what kind of help they need out there. I don't know, we play Ghost Recon once in a while. But we're flying from the east coast of Puerto Rico all the way to the international airport of Haiti, a place by the international airport of Haiti. We are gonna have to fly apparently less than 10 feet off the ground to drop this. There's no risk, it says, so we don't have any surface-to-air missiles going to be fired at us. Drop zone is 18.60 and negative 72.30. From an altitude of less than 10, I think the default is feet in NeoFly that I have. That's pretty low, okay. Alright, stand by. Well, I lost my comfort bonus, but that's alright. We are approaching the middle of when they was aiming for a Friday release, but might not be Monday. Copy that. Yeah, in my previous job that I'm starting to work again, I always that's basically a touch and go. When I used to work at my previous job that I'm gonna work for again soon as a freelancer, I had a rule that I would never, I don't care what it was, if they try to make something Friday the deadline, I would say no, the deadline's Monday, because I would hate deploy something to production on a website on a Friday. Things broke, guess what? You have to spend the weekend working on it if it's something critical. So nope, we're moving to Monday. Won't be a straight line then, where you're talking about stand by. The 3 meters off the ground thing, yeah, I mean, it says here less than 10. I think that's 10 feet. That's 3 meters. No, I guess we're not gonna hover and draw people down on a straight line. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry, Valkyries, but it's going whoosh over my head. It's doing this. Oh, look at that, a little cloud passing through. That's nice. Let's take a look at the position they want us to drop this at. Let's take a close look. I think it looked like a field or like an orchard or something. Usually it's my aviation jokes that go over people's heads. Oh, like if it's parachuting down, it won't fly down and drop down a straight line. It's gonna basically shoot out of the airplane and careen down this orchard here. Yeah, there's a tree there. They want us to be flying 10 feet, so we're probably gonna have to miss those 2 trees. If those 2 trees are there in the sim, that'll be an interesting thing to see. Will these trees here be in that position? I bet probably not, but I don't think they model it down to the individual tree like that. But yeah, instead of landing on the runway, maybe there's, you know, guerrillas there or something, or some mercenaries. I don't know. They want us to fly near the airport and drop it less than 10 feet over here for this NeoFly humanitarian mission. Is it less than 1,000? Maybe this thing I have to make the window bigger. Is that what's going on? Or is 10 considered 1,000? Maybe I'm just an idiot and 10 is considered 1,000. This is considered 1,000 and 100 will be 10,000. Angel's 10 in the military is called, 10,000 feet. Scroll down the log. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so there just got caught off. There you go. Mission type humanitarian, FP, whatever that means. You will request no risk drop at this designated zone from an altitude of less than 1,000 feet. Okay, so we just have to drop from less than 1,000 feet. We don't have to fly over there. If the risk was high, maybe we'd have to fly low to avoid the surface-to-air missiles, which apparently are a feature of this. I don't know what the sound effect would be like. Here we are. That's me. There's Wild Craze. Joey Bolo's joining us from back in the back there. Flight plan coming from humanitarian jargon, maybe food provision. Okay, I have a friend who works at the guys who won the Nobel, what they're called, the World Food Program in Rome, and his job is to organize all this stuff, the logistics of the airplanes, helicopters for the World Food Program to drop things off, food off when there's a crisis in various places around the world, whether it's from war or famine or natural disaster. It's busy guy. And of course Kerr WT here coming in from the Food and Agriculture Organization in Rome, Italy. They also have a hand in this work. So we're actually right now doing a mission that ties in with the real world stuff. That's one of the things I like about Neofly. They actually do stuff. You can actually have missions that are based on real life emergency calls. I think it depends on the location. Yep, that's it. I should get a flight plan set up maybe and upload it right now. Neofly hasn't video line breaks yet. That's coming in the next update maybe. Let's put that over here on the stream. How about we do that? We have to do the notice here. Thank you. Well, crazy. I'll just do this. Flight plan is Haiti. Drop zone at. What was the drop zone? Let's get it. Did it copy? Is that what happens? It didn't copy. Okay. Drop zone. Let me try to put a colon here and let me I'll be right back. Oh, a-hole of a car just passed by. Of a fast car. .60 minus 72.30. Oh, damn it, I don't have my num-lock key on. Okay, let's try it again. 18.60. What the heck? There you go. Wow. I'm all over the place here today, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. I punched in Mike Tango Papa Papa, which is an airport close by. ETA occurred. The ETA is stand by. 1 hour and 52 minutes. Estimated time en route. So this is gonna be a long flight. Oh, we have clouds coming in here. Watch out. Take a look. This is gonna be a long flight. I'll probably have to break for lunch during this flight. Leave it in autopilot. Getting into some weather here over Puerto Rico. Alright, let me just try to finish this real quick. I'll get Neofly out of the way here. So you can see what we're going. Alright, drop zone 18.60 minus 72.30. 18.60 minus 72.30. Haiti and the closest airport, Haiti near Mike Tango Papa Papa. Alright, let's see if this works. There you go, put it there. Alright, that's our destination. Let's actually put it. Ooh, what's that? Also, that wasn't supposed to. Line it up a little bit. Let's align it left, please, computer. I'll be back to chat in just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. And just so that we don't, you know, all this stuff, I understand why you have to be brief, you know, but let's just spell it out, your flight plan. All right, back to the chat. Thank you, Joey, for the lurk. Joey is with us here. He's, I don't have an ETA on that stuff up there because I didn't make a flight plan in SimToolkit Pro, so if I had made a flight plan in SimToolkit Pro, we would have the also estimated time and route right up there, but since I didn't do that. But here you go, you can see the estimated time and route right in the bottom right here. There it is, on 1 hour 52 minutes. It should put in, there was an airport, MTPP, but I put PAP because, let's try to change that and see what happens. Actually, I'm just gonna, wait, clear. I'm just gonna leave it at PAP because it was right next to the main international airport, so I think there might be one even closer that Wild Craze found here, but I'm just gonna leave it for now. Ooh, look at that, that looks nice. Bridge out there. I'm just gonna leave this default one so I don't have to mess with it right now and cause a potential issue. Oh, MTPP is the international, so did I put in a wrong one? Because it gave me PAP. Well, let's do it. Lost your Wild Craze in the clouds there. Oh, you're behind me. Alright, maybe my plane's a little faster. Alright, let's do it. Oh, Pat may be the VOR. Oh. Alright. Alright. Clear? Wait. Oh. Mike. Tango Papa Papa. Oh, press something back. Let me go back in this thing. All duplicate waypoints clear. Now I'm totally confused here. Did I just bug it out? Look at that. It's totally bugged out. Turn avionics off and turn it on again. Nope, it doesn't clear it. I totally bugged the thing out now. Oh dear. Alright. I'm just gonna push all the buttons and see what happens. Oh dear. See, this is what happens when I try to do something that... Wow, okay, we're all over the place. I missed the tear button. Alright, we lost our... And if I said pushing tear twice would always go back to default view, that would be nice. Isn't there like a push and hold for 10 seconds and it clears it or something? Everything? I'm pushing this for 10 seconds. I'm gonna have to open up the manual here. Hey, thank you, Von Hoffner, for the lurk. I appreciate it. Well, the airplane is still flying in the right place, so that's alright, but maybe I hold clear for a few seconds. Let's try that. There you go. I held clear for about 4 or 5 seconds, and we're back to here. Now I want to edit this. Direct to. A little bit of turbulence here, which is making me a little finicky too. Okay, direct to. There you go. Mike. Oh, so finicky, this thing. That's why people spend a bunch of money getting a physical. Okay, Mike. Papa. I heard this song 10 times. What's going on with my, this? Anything coming up ahead? Nope, we're getting to the end of Puerto Rico though. I didn't see the Arecibo Observatory. No, is that the... I think that's the Dominican Republic, right? Not Puerto Rico. Mike. Oh, was it? Let's go back. Where's OBS now? Mike Tango Papa Papa. Mike Tango. Papa. Papa, there it is. Toussaint Louverture Airport, Port-au-Prince. Let's go. Enter. Activate. We got it. Thank you, Wild Crates. Oh, what happened? Did you see that? Something turned off. Did I lose power to this? The Arecibo Observatory was in the Dominican Republic. It collapsed last year. I don't know what happened here. I just lost my Garmin. But did I press the autopilot? All right, something going on here, ladies and gentlemen. I lost autopilot. I lost the electricals. Oh man, the generators. I forgot the generators. I had forgotten the generators. Wow, and we had just run out of battery power. Isn't that crazy? Holy crap, dude. What's PFT now? Okay, it's turning on. Oh, that's cool. That's... I didn't do it. Dude, I was thinking, what the heck happened? So they actually model you run out of battery. I had totally forgot to turn on the electrical generators from the engines. We're just running on battery. It ran out. Well, that's good to know. They model that. That is pretty awesome. Because I just heard a click and it went off. Everything went off. Isn't that nuts? Okay, autopilot on. Navigation. We're at GPS, the 3500. Alright, that's all back. That's when I don't like glass panels. Me too. I much prefer this one. I don't mind so much because it's like an older school one. It's small, you know. It's out here at the side, and we do have all the gauges here. But I really don't like the airplanes with only glass panels. I only fly them if I have no other choice. Let's try to do this. Where's my note? Did it even work? Oh. I'm just gonna leave it, I'll just leave it there and that's fine. Similar to what happened to me earlier today. That's when I don't like, yeah, glass planners. Okay, so that's the same thing that you were telling me about, that you had that issue. Things went off in the airplane. Maybe you had turned off, you had forgotten to turn on an electrical system. Okay, the autopilot's doing its thing. We're turning back to original course. That's good. Joey's still out there as well. Wild Crazy's out there. And we are getting... Where are we? We're getting to the edge of Puerto Rico here. Then we're going to cross the Caribbean, this Caribbean part of the Caribbean Ocean here. We're not too far from the Bermuda Triangle. Maybe we should do some flights in the Bermuda Triangle up here at some point. And we're going to go right off Centro Puntas and Rincon and Stella. And then we're going to cross here Isla de la Mona. Looks like a pretty deserted. Oh, look, there's a little airfield there. That's interesting. I don't know if anybody lives there. And then we're going to cross Haiti. And this will be good because it'll put us pretty close to Jamaica. I want to go to Jamaica where Elias Speaks lives eventually. So after we drop this off, either we'll land at the international airport or maybe we'll go over to this island or land somewhere else. Probably land at the international airport. That's the current mission. Here's our airplace. My issue was starters kept running in the background even when the switches were off. And they were running. Was it a bug of the sim or was it something else you had to do to turn them off? I like to look at knobs and buttons, and I know that these modern things I get lost in here. I mean, I don't mind having them as long as there's also the knobs and buttons. Marcray's got a C license in Neo as well. Today was testing aircraft and settings anyway. Cool. Is C what? Jets? Is that what C is? Or turboprops, maybe. And Wildcard says, for the first time it was a proper check ride. Other ones was just go from one airport to another. Interesting. How is the check ride? They actually like ask you to maintain an altitude, do banks that are a certain angle and stuff like that. I've only done the ones that, yeah, I got the B certification for the Islander here. I think near Las Vegas it was. And it was just go to another airport. I'm going to take a little break. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Let's switch things up here. Bye. Break. Switching to a standing configuration. How's it going? Terribly excited. Amber is very excited to be on Zoom. That's good. That's good. We're gonna have both tahini cookies and panna cotta. 1-2 boss, ladies and gentlemen. Tahini cookies and panna cotta coming, and we have for lunch, what's it called? Focaccia. It's the best focaccia I've ever eaten. Better than any I've eaten it. I'll give you the recipe later in the stream. Stand by. So back. Hey, Sheepa. For the first time I was okay. Climb to altitude, U-turn, new altitude, full circle, touch and go, and complete circuit for full stop. That's awesome. So that was all in NeoFly? Really? That is so cool. Wow, crazy. Sorry, it took me a little while to answer a message as well. In here, not the most exciting flight in the world, these things, but you know, it's that's what these flights are like often. And Wild Crazy is out there with us. It's Bonanza. You guys, whoever is here, if you want, do you want to help me test the ticket system? For I have this Stream Elements set up now, and there's this thing called tickets. How about I do a giveaway here? I'm not actually going to give anything away other than goodwill. But if you want to help me test it, this could be, since we're like in the middle of the ocean here, this could be a good spot to try it. Let me turn this off. Drink a little bit of my cold coffee. All right, so let me leave this in game capture mode here instead of display capture, so that I'm not just like putting a bunch of other random stuff in front of your face. A little Pink Floydish. This is interesting. There's this Joseph Begg, the name of the artist, and it's called Genetic Waves. That's a little Pink Floydish or David Gilmour-ish sound going on here. All right, so first things first, let me go to Stream Elements over here. Slowly getting new ideas and learning how to do different things on the stream. And one of them is this. Loyalty giveaways. I'm gonna call this test diagnostic giveaway. A test of giveaways. Only goodwill currently. Prize currently only simply goodwill. Set an image here. I'll put this guy over here. Oh, hello? Jimmy? Yeah. All right, come on in. Hey, alright everybody, Kurt WT gave me a call here, and he asked me to come in here in Hyperstream, and he said we're gonna do a test of this ticketing system. You know, we got a busy place down in New York City, or if you go to Naples, you want a pizza at Damicali's, you can't just barge in the door like the Italians do. You can make a queue that's like a mound of people around trying to get in. You gotta take a ticket, you gotta get a number and wait your turn, alright? And this is what we're gonna test on the stream right now. We're gonna try to give away some goodwill. The price is simply goodwill, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just gonna give it away like Jimmy Boss style. 1-2 Boss, you know, guy at the lavanderia had a situation, and he gave out tickets because people were piling in there. They wanted to cause some trouble, had a couple of fist fights. Somebody even pulled out a knife. They said they were gonna come back with a gun. We said, hey, calm it, easy, keep it cool, keep it easy, we said. And so we came out with a ticket system. You got a little piece of paper, there's a number on it, and then there's a random math thing happens. One of the numbers get picked, and that's the winner. That's how I think this works. I'm not sure. That's why it's a test. All right, let's check it out. Okay, test the giveaways price currently simply Goodwill. This test Novid giveaway by Jimmy Boss via Kerr. Okay, via Kerr, the WT. Okay, and okay, I'm gonna put ticket cost. You know, everybody's gonna have 20 stream elementi points here, pointers, the little points. By watching the stream you get these little pointies. Okay, maximum tickets per user, I'm just gonna put 1 because I want to see if this random numerals generatory works. All right, subscriber luck, I'm gonna leave it every subscriber or not, I'm just gonna leave a no extra luck for subscribers. You know, we're gonna just create and start here, and let's see if something happens on the stream. A giveaway has started. Here we go. It's a test, all right? A giveaway has started. Test acknowledged giveaway by Jimmy Boss, your Kerr Whiskey Tango, all right? And, all right, we got Wild Craze flying with us here on the starboard a little bit to the back. All right, so what happens? Okay, there's a ticket too. I think you can only get 1 per person. Did it work? Ticket 1. All right, let me see. What else do I have to do? I have to be like, do I have to do like, hold up. Chat commands? Isn't chat commands I have to turn on ticket there? Maybe ticket is not turned on. Let's take a look. Okay, ticket was not turned on. Ticket is now turned on. If you can try that again, please. Thank you very much. A wild man from the north. And so is Sheepa's another wild man from the north, and a wild man from a little further south, but they're not Kerr over there, but it's all northern hemispherio here. Alright, Sheepa failed to enter giveaway. Sorry, don't have enough points. What? Too many tickets? Okay, tickets don't have enough points. Come on easy, 1 second. Okay, let me stop this giveaway. Close this giveaway. Draw a winner. No. Okay, let's back to giveaways. Stand by. We're gonna do another one. All right. Test diagnose via Kerr take 2. Okay. 1, 2, boss. Okay, that's the description. I'm gonna set the image to this little guy. Ticket cost, I'm gonna put 0. Maximum tickets per user, I'll put 1. Send confirmation when buying tickets via chat. Sure, I guess. Create and start. Okay, here we go again. So this is different points from Twitch channel. Alright, hey, 1 boss. Sheepa got ticket and sold it Kerr. 1, 2, boss. Well, I'll try to get a bunch of them. Ticket 1. Okay, the ticket 1, is that gonna work? What the heck? Now it's mad at me. Can you try one more time, Wild Craze? Maybe ticket 1. Wow. What the heck? Okay, see that? Okay, but I got 2 entrants here and 2 tickets purchased. I'm testing this. I don't know how to use this stuff. Oh, here you go. Ticket 1 more time. There you go. Got 1 ticket. All right. Okay, now the time elapsed is 53 seconds so far. Now I'm gonna close the giveaway. Thank you, Kerr. Thank you, Wild Chris, and thank you, Sheepa. All right. Thank you for buying the tickets here. And now we're gonna close the giveaway, and we're gonna draw a winner. You ready? Let's see what happens. Drawing the winner. Wow, Craze 1, 2, boss. Draw the winner as complete. Okay, so that worked. Okay. But here's the thing. Okay, one of a 33 chance to win. That's cool. So this works, but here's the thing. I would like to show you what number gets picked so you can trust me more that I'm not just choosing the winner, because if it doesn't appear, I know that Stream Elements probably uses a random number generator. This is random number generatory, you know, like a stars, you know, it's like a praying to the stars and hoping that something, your number comes up. I know that it does that. It probably uses a random number generator, but in order to show it to the stream that I'm actually picking a random number, I would like to go to do what Sim Caesar does, and to do something like you go to Google. Here, I already saved it here. Google random number generator, okay, and I put a max. I don't know. I would put a number there depending on how many users I have on the channel or something. And you click generate, and boom, 215, and then I would go to a list. 215 is this user. That's how Sim Caesar does it, and that's how I would like to do it, because then you see it happen and you see that I'm not just you don't have to trust me that I'm picking a random user, that it is actually random. Maybe you're gonna have to leave it as is for now, but it's interesting thing here, and I do want to get giveaways going. Congrats, and thank you for testing me that. With Jimmy Boss on the house. Not a great Jimmy Boss. I can't help too much now because Amber's teaching, okay? That's the reason I can't really go nuts right now. Maybe in the afternoon stream. But that's my thought here, okay? And that's my I'm just putting my thought process here, because I want to start some giveaways on the stream. There's gonna be all sorts of stuff, okay? But first, I might be able to code this something myself, maybe with the help of Wild Craze, Timmy Thumb, and, you know, Iceberg, all these smarter people than me who hang around here. Wild Craze says, one of my friends is a cool one, I'll see if I can get him to reveal his secrets. Awesome, I would love that. The one that I really like is, I think he codes all his stuff manually. I think this guy, really nice streamer. It's like a really good radio show, his stream is Sim Caesar, okay? Yeah, I like that it has all this cool stuff built into Stream Elements, but I love it when I can do something manually as well. Alright, switch data. Okay, but I'm glad that that worked. So, now there's no giveaway open. Like, can someone try buying a ticket again? Like, let me try buying a ticket for example. No running good. Okay, so it'll tell no running. Okay, so that's good. So if there is no giveaway, if you try to buy a ticket, it will give you a message that there's nothing going on. And I wonder if there's a way for me to change from Stream Elements to something else more friendly, something more like. They probably, I mean, you know, they give you this for free, Stream Elements, so they probably want you to at least give them a bit of advertising, and I totally understand that. That's fine. I started with Streamlabs, my stream. Oh, there you go. We got Haiti up here. Cavalcra's just passed us. Approaching Haiti, approaching Dominican Republic, I should say. Basically, it's a big island. Half of it is Dominican Republic. The other half, the west half, is Haiti. The eastern half is Dominican Republic. Okay. Hey Slayer, how are you, man? We are neighbors, right? Are you in New York or in New Jersey? No, I don't remember. Let's check it. Let's check Slayer T's account real quick here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you playing the Microsoft Flight Simulator on Xbox now? It's been a while. New York City, Queens, awesome. All right. Here's a shout out, ladies and gentlemen, to a neighbor here in New York City. Another streamer here from New York City, Slayer T. Wait, are you the guy that I apologize if I'm forgetting here, but you're the person who said you were a butcher? Or a DJ? There's a couple of people that came on my stream here from New York. One was, I think, a DJ or a sound engineer, and the other one was a butcher, or maybe you're the third one. All right, and I'm not talking butcher like in a gangster term. I'm talking like a whoa, what's going on here? My autopilot on? Could be on. Okay, I hit the controls. Okay. Oh, you're the sound engineer. Okay, copy. Also, copy that. Awesome. All right, now. Okay, now I remember. All right, we are now on the east coast of the Dominican Republic here. We're getting close to El Cabo, Parque Nacional Punta Espada. I'm flying Wild Crazy Neofly mission for some humanitarian supplies to Haiti. An interesting thing from the air, okay, if you want to see different ways of managing two different countries and two different ways of managing things. I don't know if you can see it in Neofly here, but if you zoom in from Google Maps, you'll see that most of Haiti, the forests are cut down, and then right on the border of the Dominican Republic, here's a good example. Okay, so that's Haiti, that's the border. This side, look how little forest there is, all cut down. This side there's more. Okay, so it's a bit of a, you know, I don't know the history of Haiti. There's this friend of mine, I have to give him a call today because I forgot to call him back yesterday when he called me. Well, I called him, then he was busy, and then when he called me back I was busy. But Bruce Gilden is a great photographer. He photographed in Haiti a lot. I don't know a lot of the history there, but I know that Haiti has a lot of, you know, problems. That's probably why there's this humanitarian mission we're flying here. But right there in the border, which is this big island in the Caribbean, half of it is Dominican Republic, half of it is Haiti. The Haitian half is so much fewer trees if you look at Google Maps there, and it's kind of like you know, people have to eat. They're gonna cut down trees. You know, we have to come and sell it for timber, for lumber. We have to come up with a solution for this. All right, we have to get everyone in an economic conditions that are stable, so they have to cut down the trees. All right, copy that. Thanks so much, Slayer T, for dropping by. I'll come and drop by your stream as well. I'll make a note of that. I'll give you a host too. I'll add you to the host list. All right, I appreciate that very much, sir. Let me put host list here. I already have Kerr, I have Sheep, I have Wild Craze. Let me add S and Labor here from New York City. S Layer T to the host list. That's on my to-do list now. Aye, Tortuga. Haiti. Let me take a quick look at the plane to make sure that we're not over speeding. We're about 148 knots or something. 46. There is some clouds and potential mountains behind those clouds. Wild Craze out there in front of me. I'm just gonna hope that he warns me if we're gonna crash into something. And Curious says Haiti is a mess. The president was assassinated by commandos storming his house just a few weeks ago. I saw that. I mean, it's been a mess for a long time. You know, they had like earthquakes. It's such an ongoing, you know, tragedies in that poor country, in that poor region. You know. I don't know what the solution is, but it's a messy place from what I can see. Thanks for that later. My pleasure, Slayer T. I'm going to add it to you right now, because as soon as I clear these clouds, I'll add you to the host list. People says at this point, insurrection is a tradition. Yeah. If you go lunch, you're on your own. Copy that, Walker. Oh no, I don't mean that. I was just saying like this cloud right here. I'm not going to lunch now. I think what's our estimated time en route? 1 hour. But I could probably finish this flight before I go to lunch. All right. I love flying through clouds. Let's just stay with the inside view here and a little bit. I know that you're not supposed to fly through clouds in VFR flight of light airplanes, but man, I tell you, if I get into a light airplane, I would want to fly through clouds because it's my favorite thing to do, you know. Look at that, it's beautiful. But it looked quite valley with mountains being along the north shore. Alright, let's take a look at the... Yeah, this is looking pretty valley, right? There's like a... We're gonna skirt the south coast, go over Santo Domingo. Okay, there's some mountains over here. I could start up little nav map and take a look at the elevation profile here, but I don't think I'm gonna bother right now. I'm just gonna keep it VFR, and if I see something that I don't think we can clear, we'll just notch it up a couple more thousand feet or fly manually. Looks like there's an airfield down there. Is that an airfield? A little airfield? Or just a farm of some type? There's Wild Craze flying together here. I really have to look at fixing whatever's causing me to be able to put my head out the window, because I think it takes a little bit away from the you know, immersion. Something with my track IR profile or something. Think I'll stay around there. Yeah, right here, ladies and gentlemen, right up over here, this little airplane here, that's Wild Craze. It's a pilot flying in Norway, a digital pilot there. There's a shout out. Kerr very kindly hanging out with us over here in Rome. Be working together soon. Chipa, our intrepid spaceship pilot and moderator here. Hello to Galaxia Cat as well. Thank you so much for dropping by. And while I'm, I don't forget here, let me, ooh. Let me go and add Slarity to our host list. Alright, out of hosted channels. Generally, if someone hosts me, I host them back. I mean, I think that's nice etiquette. I don't know. You know, I don't ask them. I just like to do it. Okay, Slarity has been added, I believe, already. So he's already in there. See. Yeah, he's already in the host list. Cool. Very nice image here, flying through the clouds of Wild Craze to our starboard. I love clouds because they give you a sense of the speed and a sense of voyage and a sense of movement. Hey, Galaxia. So weird, like your libraries keep changing, like when I zoom in and out. It looks like a kind of a Caribbean type airplane. You know, it's a bunch of different colors. You know, it's spray painted in a bunch of different colors, like those Gorillas in Just Cause 4. That's a fun game. I should try to finish that game and stream it a bit more. The level of detail looks weird. It's blue with yellow details. Yeah, it is weird, huh? Alright, let's switch it around a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to try to set up a flyby, and for a flyby we have to have a little bit of a different kind of music. Alright, give me a second. Alright, we're gonna get it going here. Highway to the danger zone. Yeah, we're gonna give a call to Kenny Loggins. Kenny Loggins, do you copy? Over. We're gonna talk to Kenny. Oh yeah. What am I looking for now? I'm looking for the drone speed. First we'll start with Wild Craze. At the center track IR as it goes a little crazy. Alright, stand by. Stand by. The man from the north is just a wild craze. Oh yeah. I'll take a little break. We'll go to some funky music, and I'll get back into my airplane, and then we'll do a BN2 out on the flyby just a little bit longer. Whoa, this is kind of weird. Oops, sorry. Should have game mode on, but I don't. That was too much. Too much. The highway to the danger zone, the highway to potentially hell we're riding here. Heading towards Haiti on a humanitarian mission. It says no danger, but I'm gonna keep my eyes in my... I don't have the threat indicator like in an F-16, but I do have my Mark 1 eyeball here. And there's two Mark 1 eyeballs in my skull here, and there's two more in Wild Crazy's skull over there in his Bonanza. Gonna keep an eye out. And there's supposed to be two people here. I don't know why it's a performance issue that they don't add all the people that you say are your passengers in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but we are supposed to be dropping off a couple of maybe they're ghosts, because there's Black Ghosts 02 hash, is that called, 661 out there, and on A20A, D820A. Estimated town route another hour. I would be okay with an inanimated dolls in the back if you got passengers. Yeah, like you don't have to deal with them, right? Well, Chris, threat level is reversely proportional to the amount of candy left in the back. Yeah. Both those comments I appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. Have any of you ever played this video game? I streamed it a couple of times. I should stream it more. Jagged Alliance 2, one of my favorite games ever. Like you command a squad of a ragtag of band of mercenaries in to take an island back from a dictator. You know, the classic sort of action movie trope. There's an airfield up ahead of us here. We could do a touch and go to say hello. Yeah, Jagged Alliance 2 is one of my favorite games ever. It's moddable now because, I mean, it's old, okay? It's an old game. But it has really good characters. It has such good characters and such awesome... It's like XCOM. The original XCOM's a turn-based shooting tactics. Very difficult game, but so rewarding. Especially the beginning. It's like they went nuts, and instead of making the end of the game hard, they made the beginning of the game hard too. So a lot of people just give up after the beginning, you know. There's ways to cheat and just give yourself better weapons in the beginning and stuff, but it's part of the experience, and I like it a lot. I should start some Jagged Alliance streams again, maybe the shooter streams. How's our fuel level looking? We're getting close to half tank. 2/3 almost left still, so plenty of Yeah, if someone would make a remake of Jagged Alliance, it was exactly the same game, just with like brand new graphics. Dude, that would sell so much, I think. I was actually a Patreon supporter of this modder guy who makes mods for it that are really cool. But recently I've had to rejigger a bit my what I'm spending my money on the and stuff. But I want to get back and start supporting him again when I can. Yeah, we'll be able to again soon. Thank you, Kerr. Whoa, that looks pretty cool. Good shot. It's both. No, it's not a shooter. It's a turn-based strategy game. Jagged Alliance 2, one of my favorite video games ever. I got it running on a Mac and I wrote a blog post about it. I don't know if probably not interesting to you guys, but it's just a wonderful game. I've streamed it 2 or 3 times. I had set it all up because it's a little bit tricky to get it running in a resolution that you can see what on stream. But I had done some work on that. I should probably try to get that set up again. Very difficult game. You have to manage money, you have to manage guns, you have to manage personalities, you have to manage tactical battles on the battlefield. You can go prone, you can crouch, you can stand up, run, sneak, day-night cycles, weather, and the mods, and I think like over 200 sectors and enemy counterattacks, and you have to scrounge for weapons and for funds to fund your guerrilla force. You have to hire guards to guard the towns you've already taken because the enemy will counterattack, and help the guards with your own mercenaries. The mercenaries might not get along with each other and not want to work together, so you have to keep them in separate teams. So this crazy like amount of stuff, but it's a very well written. There's a great writer that they had when they were working on this game, and I think it really is one of the best video games even made. There's even been books written about it. This guy he liked it so much he wrote a book about the video game. A guy called Darius Kazemi, I think, and I have the book. Whoa, and I think we may have lost Wild Craze, ladies and gentlemen. Just disappeared here. We are not far from the Bermuda Triangle. Done a bit all over the place. I'll just watch. It is it's like it can basically. I spent like. I'm glad that it wasn't on Steam and I wasn't tracking how much hours I spent on that years ago, because it was a lot of hours. Like I spent. I beat it once in regular version and once with the modded version. Yeah, I lost you, Wild Craze. Maybe a crash to desktop Microsoft Flight Simulator. I hope it doesn't happen to me as well. I'm sorry if that's what happened. We're flying over Santo Domingo. Oh, really? So we just keep... so it's just like we're there, but keep appearing, disappearing. I think we're over... No, this is not Santo Domingo. This is San Pedro de Macorís. Yeah, you're still showing up in NeoFly for me there. Probably a Microsoft server issue here. Yeah, so it was a joke. The reason I thought about Jagged Alliance, because remember there was like like last year or something, there was this group of guys that they were like some sort of mercenary wannabe types, and they wanted to depose the dictator or the whatever the leader is called there in Venezuela, and they got caught. And some people made jokes that maybe they played too much Jagged Alliance. they wanted to go in there and take matters into their own hands. There you are, you appeared again, nice. Have you figured out how groups, copy that, I see it now. Have you figured out how groups work? Only reference I see is the button for show players in group only. In a Microsoft Flight Simulator? I don't know how groups work, no. I know there was some confusion about that, see it disappeared again. Maybe we should try to figure that out eventually to make it so that, because I think if we're in a group then we wouldn't see any other players, we only see ourselves, right? Is that how it would be? Yeah, keep disappearing from me as well. An hour to go. We are, here, let me turn on display capture here. We just passed San Pedro de Marcoris, about a third of the way west over Dominican Republic. And no, Arecibo, here we go. The Arecibo telescope was back in, I think, around in Puerto Rico. Collapsed last year, unfortunately. We're gonna fly over Santo Domingo shortly. That looks like a little airfield there. Paroa Colón, what the heck is that thing? Look at that. Not an airfield, it's a lighthouse, I think. Looks like something out of a Half-Life 2 or something. Santo Domingo. I'm gonna keep going all the way to Port-au-Prince in Haiti. While we're flying here, I think I'm gonna go and see if there's any new memes for us to look at in the Microsoft Flight Simulator Reddit. While we're flying here, let's go check out the Reddit. I'll move this a little bit to the side here, a little BN2 here. Let's move the BN2 all the way over here. And it's nice and stable. We are climbing up, what is it, 140, well, indicated airspeed on the speed is 160 knots, I'm saying indicated airspeed 145, it says. Looks about right. So let's go take a look at the Microsoft Flight Simulator Reddit. Okay, Flight Sim, I always forget what it is. Microsoft Flight Sim, I think it's called. And let's see if there's anything new for us to look at while we're waiting for, you know, it's like a long flight. It's kind of like if you're in a really long flight, you're gonna read a book, maybe you're gonna play a video game if you, in the future next year on your Steam Deck, maybe you're going to be playing with your phone and looking at websites if you have internet connection. So that's what we're doing right now. The land meets the sea. Very nice screenshot by Dr. General 3432 here. Not sure if Microsoft Flight Simulator or Minecraft. Okay, I guess they're commenting on this pixelation here on this particular spot. They are placing the planet. I don't know, maybe they didn't load the textures. They didn't have time to load the texture. There's a bug right now. I think if you turn it around too fast, then you have the pop-in. I don't know if it's just that. Autopilot engaged. Dodge 695 continuous plan requesting biscuits. Alright. Let's watch that one more time. That's a pretty funny one. It's a dog taking a look around. Alright. I found something. Clicking players and friends list now has an invite to group option. Oh, should we try that? Hold up. Click. Invite to group. Done. And I'll do it to Joey as well. I know he's lurking there, but I'll invite him to group too, just in case he's... Group invitation sent. 1-2 boss, thank you, Wild Craze. A shout out. Many thanks for your help here. By the way, I added to that BN2 Islander the Cessna 172 that blog post about the very basics of putting a custom library in your plane. I added that power tip that you put on your Discord and you shared, and I credited you, linked back to your website. I'm talking about the The latest blog post in hypertext here, if you scroll down a little, it's there. I'm learning as much as anyone. I'm basically flying blind here of a lot of this library stuff. I'm learning as I go along. The next one will probably be either this weekend or next week, the next library stream. We're gonna learn how to do decals, hopefully, and paint the float planes. Just imagine my help of prioritizing who to show. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So that maybe we won't keep disappearing from each other's screen like that. DSU 8108. I don't know if that's. I think that's probably a AI plane, but there's Buckshot 820 120 out there. Yeah, because it's probably a peer-to-peer system, right? It'd be like Elite that they. I don't know how they architecture this the multiplayer in this video game. Oh look, is he coming in to land somewhere? This guy? He's flying low. Oh, he's coming in to land. Cool, pretty cool. Oops, what is this page source? Go check him out. While we're flying, we're gonna see the approach of this AI-controlled airplane. Tango Sierra Unicorn. Here, we'll do a fly past. I'm getting a little better at controlling these drones, as you can see, a little bit. That's cool. It's behind now. Spent longer in the menus. We're slowly catching up. Copy that. Should we give this AI the Kenny Loggins treatment? I mean, he's coming in hot here. I think we should give him the Kenny Loggins treatment. I'm gonna have to pause this. Stand by. We're gonna give this AI-controlled airplane the Kenny Loggins treatment. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Good job. Whoa. So dumb, but I love it, you know. And it disappeared, you know. Since we're already here, let's give ourselves the Kenny Loggins treatment as well. Haven't used the drone since the update. My key buying stopped working. Oh man, yeah. I don't know if I've backed mine up for a while on this. I should, because I did some changes after last time update. I should back it up. Thanks for a reminder. It's like the cameraman is trying to find where it was because it passed by so fast, you know? Like, whoa! And where's Wild Craze? He's back there somewhere. Here it comes. They don't render the airplanes until they're pretty close. Oh, come on. Oh. And disappeared. Oh well. There he is. Microsoft has some work to do with their multiplayer code, I think. Sobo Studios, but that's alright. Back to the bossa. And back to the chat. Thanks, Shipa. Many of the issues are bindings now set on stuff that I don't have. I'm impressed they still use the ATC menu from 20 years ago. I heard that. I think you had mentioned it to me before. I hadn't played Microsoft Flight Simulator for so many years, so I don't really. I always prefer the combat one, so I didn't really remember whether the menu was the same or not. I missed the flyby view, you know. I had to do all this stuff manually of the drone. It can be quite unwieldy. I just want to press F3 and have a nice flyby with really nice sound and the nice camera moving a little bit haphazardly and just being able to find the plane at the last minute type thing. Alright, we are now over Santo Domingo. I think it's the capital of the Dominican Republic. Let's go back to the let me put the airplane this side. Let's go back to the Microsoft Reddit. Where was it? We saw the dog. Let's do it like this. Looks like some geography up ahead. Oh dear, you're right, look at that. Yep, that is... Alright. I'm gonna go up to, I think, probably 5,500. If that does something. I still get confused about... Because I press Alt, it goes to VS, but then it doesn't let me change the VS, so I don't know what's going on there. I might just have to climb it manually here. So I'm gonna just leave it 6,000 maybe. I'm gonna turn off the autopilot, I'm gonna climb manually a little bit higher. And just fly manually over those mountains. Thank you for letting me know, Wildcars. That would suck if I smashed those mountains while looking at the backside in this view. Yeah. Okay. In geography up ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to climb a little bit. We have the Mugen Warrior flying together with Buckshot. And two Cessna 172s to our, I think that's the north over there, northeast of us. Full power. And let's put the plane in a gentle 15 or maybe even 115 feet per minute. Oh, 100 feet per minute, 150, 100 feet per minute climb here. Razor J-Mac coming in, I think closing in a B748. Look, oh no, that's not closure rate. I always think that's closure rate. I think that's just feet above the ground. remember to move around here a little bit. Yeah, definitely some mountains up ahead. Wow. 747-800. All right. B748 777-800 makes sense. All right, he's flying 747. I haven't even stepped foot in a jet in this game yet. I should at least try one out. That would match more the Kenny Loggins type music. How's the temperature outside? Bring my hand out. It's pretty nice. A little cool, but not too bad. Alright, we're getting a little bit higher. It'll be about the level of that. I think it's gonna be about 6,500, 7,000 feet. I'll set this to 7,000. And let me turn on the autopilot again and see if it picks up that altitude change. Yes, it did. But I'm still confused about the vertical velocity. There you go, now it's working. Got a nice 300. Getting back on course here. And let's go back to the Reddit. I'll leave it at this view so we don't lose it, okay? So we don't crash into the mountain if you make a mistake. Haven't figured out that one yet. If it's not done right, it'll keep climbing. Yeah, I haven't figured it out either. I really should read the manual like Iceberg says of this Garmin GNS, what is it? I downloaded the manual. I actually have the manual now. GNS 530. If you just Google Garmin GNS 530 manual, it comes up. You can download it. Are you gonna have lunch now, Ben? Gonna have lunch on stream here? Maybe I'll have lunch on stream. Is it bad? I advised this before, but I want to ask it again in case someone else here can also give their opinion. Is it bad etiquette to eat while you're on streaming? I find it kind of maybe a little weird, but I don't know. Oh, look at that. That's pretty. The screenshot material over here. Amber thinks it's bad etiquette. I think she's probably right. She doesn't like to watch people eat, though. Everyone's different, you know. I find it disgusting very often. Okay, yeah, so there you go. So I think it is bad etiquette, and I don't think I'm gonna have lunch here in stream. That's that. Absolutely disgusting. Valkyries has left. I don't know if that means that, you know, he doesn't want to watch me eat here. I'm not gonna eat, don't worry. Or maybe it's just the Microsoft Flight Simulator thing. And this song again, I'm gonna have to... I have a lot of songs out of here, but some similar ones keep playing over and over again. I'm gonna go back to the... I'm gonna change it up. Let's go to lo-fi. Still work in progress. These playlists. Alright, we have plenty of room. Game's a big lag. Copy that. No, yeah, I thought it was just like it's just the lag. I didn't mean to suggest that you just it was a joke. Yeah, imagine if I came here and I started eating some curry, you know, and like slopping it all over the place on the camera and like on my shirt and stuff, and like, oh, excuse me, I don't know, look a little weird, but... Very pretty. Driving the drone and going back and forth the camera and stuff is actually an instructive thing about photography. Like if you want to get better at photography, you should choose one lens that's not a zoom lens. Just pick one, generally 50 or 35mm will do you well, and stick with it for like a year. If it is a zoom lens, just tape it so you can't zoom, and then you're forced to move your feet. Then you have all these options: telephoto, a wide angle, a big telephoto, and you're moving everything. Is just so much, and you kind of get lost with the framing, like I am a little bit right now. So that's a good tip in photography for really learning one lens well, so that you can very quickly know what's gonna be where in the picture. You know, especially like street photos and stuff like that. It's moving fast. Very pretty here. Back to the chat. Did I miss anything? My only fixed one is a 40mm macro lens. 40mm is awesome. I love 40mm. I generally use a 35 these days, but 40s are really nice lenses. I like that between the 50 and the 35. I have a problem with the sounds munching people through microphones. Jim, so sorry. That is pretty. Yeah. That Amber has that same problem. She hates the sound of people eating. But don't worry, we're not gonna eat here on stream right now. I had a piece of bread the other day, but I'm not gonna have like lunch. I don't mind the twisty bits much, that I'm not as agile as I once was. Neither am I, believe me. I mean, I'm just saying, like, actually for beginning, you know, when you're beginning of photography and you're trying to, like, more for younger people or older people who are just beginning, you know, to get to know a lens, get to know a field of view well, it'll help you with everything else afterwards. This is super nice here. But yeah, these days I don't mind zooms either. I don't have a zoom lens. My zoom lens are my feet. But there's so many situations that can be pretty tricky, you know. Back to the Reddit, let's take a look. How long do you have? 38 minutes. I think I am going to have to take a... Are you gonna eat now? Okay, I am gonna take a quick break since it doesn't look like we're gonna be hitting anything. It's not gonna be a long break. It doesn't look like we're gonna hit anything, so I'm gonna take a quick break here for a quick lunch, and I'll be right back, alright? If you, obviously, if you're gonna leave, I totally understand, because I'm basically abandoning the airplane a little bit here. I do have 38 minutes on to go. I'm gonna leave it around, I am pretty hungry, and I am gonna have to do the other stream afterwards. Ooh, a little turbulence here. Wow, look at that. A bit of turbulence. Let me put a little bit. I feel safe at 5,000 for the moment. Copy that. Hey, Mort. Cool, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be back at the P51. It might be a little late. It might be 2:30, but I don't think so. I think it'll be about 2. Between 2 and 2:30. I'm gonna get the P51 installed and DCS. I got DreamHack and going out tonight, so not catching the flip side. Copy that. Shipa, have a great rest of your day there. And Walkers, I'll be back like probably in like 10 minutes or so. Alright, just gonna grab a bit of food here. Turn this down a little bit. Here's another wish from XL Flight Simulator. Please, kind of like in X-Plane has a flight director, like automatically change views every few minutes or something. I would love that. Maybe there's a utility that lets you do it already. Sounds like it'd be quite possible. Maybe it could even be a macro thing that automatically presses some buttons to change view once every few minutes. We could just maybe hand code it. Alright, I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for dropping by. Alright, quick lunch today, 20 minutes to go. Right on fridge run. Awesome. Let's see how we're doing here. And I should say, ladies and gentlemen, is my sound on? Let's double check, turn this little thing off. I should say, I should do this. I'm not flying alone here on this mission. I am flying with Wild Craze and Joey. Still out there, the autopilot on, I believe. Joey Bolo 77, if I'm not mistaken. That's Wild Craze. Please go and give this gentleman a follow if you haven't already. And Joey Bolo 77, please go give him a follow as well. Thank you, Kerr. And we have Kerr here on the comm system. He's not flying on an airplane with us, but he is in the comm system. Friend of mine over in the Italic Peninsula, Kerr. Whiskey Tango Kerr, WT. Jackson background still there. Ooh, thank you. 1-2 boss, thank you, Kerr. Our Craze approaching us. And there is where are we right now? Let's take a look. Whoa, this music's getting a little weird too. My lo-fi playlist, my bossa nova, I really have to add more songs to that because there's a bit too much repetition for my taste over there. But it's a work in progress. We are currently over an area of still Dominican Republic, Baoluco. We're about to cross into Haiti not too long from now. This big lake to our front and left is Parque Nacional Lago Enriquillo e Isla Cabritos. There it is. A little bit of turbulence here. Got Wild Craze right behind us with his Bonanza. Wavies and monsters out there. Got Buckshot 120 and the other guy who's hiding behind his bit obscured in his nameplate there to our north. I think Joey Bolo was flying a slower plane, or maybe he went off course. Maybe he had to go, but he did start with us out there, all the way out there in the east coast of Puerto Rico. And we have just about 18 minutes to go, estimated time en route. This is a humanitarian mission. We have to fly below 1,000 feet, and I guess they're gonna either a couple of people here in the plane will parachute out or throw some supplies out, or both. I don't think we're gonna see it in a 3D view because this is just a bit of you have to lose a little bit of your imagination and imagine that that's what's going on of NeoFly that we're using as a third-party utility that generates these missions. Neofly.net, my favorite Microsoft Flight Simulator utility. Well, crazy, our lines converge at our destination. Funky, awesome. Let me check that out. You mean like in NeoFly or like I don't think it has it's just a line map for the mission, but you probably mean in the Garmin? Or just as a figure of speech, perhaps. Oh, I ate quite a bit. I ate a little fast now, so I ate homemade focaccia. It was very nice. The best focaccia I've ever eaten, actually. Amber said she has a better one when she went to Matera in the south of Italy. I didn't go on that trip, so I didn't have that focaccia, but this one was damn good. Wow. And but I ate it a bit too fast, so and I haven't had a coffee yet. Because usually I take a little power nap after the lunch and before the afternoon stream. Today, since it's such a long flight, no power nap. I'm gonna keep going here. We're gonna do this humanitarian mission, and been getting. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Okay, in the 3D world, we've been getting closer and closer sideways. That is pretty cool, huh? Yeah, you're right there. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, Wild Craze. In his mysteriously it's like it's a paint job from the future that changes depending on how far you are away from it. So some level LOD level of detail situation going on here, but quite a fiery little beast he's flying. I'm in the BN2 Islander. Valkyrie says he did direct from end of runway while I did center. Oh, interesting. So yeah, that will give it that slight difference in the course. And now we're converging because we're getting closer. That's pretty cool, huh? The Pythagoras theorem that can help us figure that stuff out, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a triangle, you'll be able to, if you have two measurements of two of the sides of that triangle, you'll be able to get the third one. I believe that's, unless I'm totally misremembering here. At least something good came out of the Xbox update. Oh, that was only recently that came out. That it would actually give you a bearing from the position on the runway. If it's a right triangle, yes, of course. I'm not terrible at math really, but it has to be a right triangle for you to be able to use the, was it what, a squared times b squared equals c squared, I forget. But one of the classic algorithms, if you will. Yeah, with the telephoto views here, you can see how the distant landscape just all of a sudden becomes totally, the textures get loaded out. I hope there's some improvement, or at least a setting for us to change of that soon. Square of the long one is the sum of the squares of the other two. Yeah, so like basically if a is the longest, then a squared equals b squared plus c squared, right? And that, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, is... I think that's the theorem that this guy called Aristophanes, believe it or not, over 3,000 years ago, or over 2,000 years ago, in Egypt and ancient Greece, figured out that the Earth, figured out very close, to a very close degree, given his tools, the circumference of the Earth. He knew the Earth was round back then, you know. Believe it or not, the Earth is round. And it's a sphere. And he had some guy. It shows a day of the year, like when the sun was directly overhead, June something, 21st, I don't know. And then he measured the shadow from the stick he put on the ground, if I remember right, or something was over well. And then he paid some guy to walk, I don't know how many miles, down to another city. The same day next year, measure the length of the shadow there. And if those two measurements, he managed to figure out the distance, I think, from the sun and then the circumference of the Earth. I'm no mathematician, but you can look it up. Impossible occur, yeah. Aristophanes. Here I will put a link in case you want to know more about this. It's very interesting. Aristophanes circumference Earth. Let's see what we get. Is this a good website? Tiki.org. I'm not sure, and I don't think that's the right triangle he was using. It was something else, but you can go check it out on Wikipedia. And I believe what I see, and I see mountains. Kerr coming in here with the flat earther side of the argument, but of course since he is a fan of Starfleet, he is joking around, and here it is. Wow, Chris. Apollo, shut up! We gave you foodies already. Stand by. Oh, we don't want to open door 1 just yet. Very nice. Look at that formation flight right there. Very cool. Wow. Impossible, it's flat. Alright, alright. Oh, press the button there. And there's a Pac-Man to confirm that the Earth is flat, of course. Alright, estimate time around 10 minutes. I think we should start talking to these people out here. Let's start talking to the air traffic controllers. Santo Domingo Center will request a flight following. And after we drop this stuff off, we're gonna land there, the main airfield, I think. I don't know why we couldn't just unload at the airfield, but maybe it's some commandos we're dropping off, I don't know. Maybe some secret magic pizza. 1172, let's go ahead and do it manually. One, 7, 2. All right. Whoa. All right, let's take a quick look at NeoFly. Music has to be turned down a little bit. I don't think I have to acknowledge handoff. There you go. We're gonna cross this lake and Port-au-Prince should be in front of us over there. And we're gonna have to go down to, I'm already gonna turn the autopilot off. But let's descend to about 2,500. 2,000.
Hypertext Hero 1 contact approach on 119.8. Good day.
Alright, good day. Thank you, Port-au-Prince Control.
Approach Hypertext Hero 1 6,900 feet.
Hypertext Hero 1 approach altimeter tree 0.0 tree continue as planned.
Alright. We are descending, I think. Yes, we are. Let's watch the speed here. And let me watch the engine noise as well. Per says there was an Italian Flat Earth Society gathering a few years ago, 5 people and 15 journalists all there to laugh, and they tried to convince that air density can be calculated by using high school book standard values. Lucky it was recorded, it was a lot of fun, a wall is more flexible. Flat Earth Society. Yeah, I don't know, the last one I saw was someone who used like relativity to argue that, you know, the Earth is flat based on how fast you go through that cone. I forget what it's called. What's all that stuff down there? That algae? Got some algae issues over here. Look at maybe just a swamp. Looks pretty cool. Right, 6 minutes. I'm gonna turn the autopilot off. I'm gonna go to manual here. Cut the power, and we're gonna descend. Well, crazy. This is I probably advise on descending to flight level below 1,000. Over. I'm gonna turn on the auxiliary fuel. No, actually, I'll wait a little longer, but I'll turn it on when we go below 1,000 feet, just in case there's some engine issue and we need a emergency pumping our fuel to the wings. And cursors, I mean, a guy went there on and on. The mountains are actually the runs of ancient gigantic trees because the Earth was populated by giants. Maybe he played too much. What's that game? I like that game. I haven't finished it. I want to finish that eventually. It's going to take me a while. Near Automata. There's giant trees in that. And there's giant trees in Valheim, of course. This proves the giant buildings were built in the past. He had a long presentation of big things. Jesus. Oh dear. Are you serious? Oh my god, what happened to your plane? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no. What was the malfunction? Sorry to hear that. Damn. Right, getting close to there as well. An applause for well, a magic twinkle for and an applause as well for Wild Craze for sticking with us despite the malfunction. That usually happens to me, man. That's why I put the boom sticker over here. That usually happens to me. I overspeed. Didn't figure it out in time. Lost power at first, then it went to a spin. Damn. Brutal. Right at the end. Kind of my overspeed that I lost the BN2 and when we were going for that treasure in the well, was it a Saudi Arabian desert or something? All right, let's turn on Neopad to see the position of this humanitarian drop off we're gonna do. Oh, did we lose Neopad? May have lost Neopad. Is Neofly still on? Neofly is still tracking our position, thankfully. Alright, I'm gonna try. Neopad is gone. I don't know why. We're just gonna have to out tap to Neofly there and get full throttle cruising. One of my habits, so that isn't it. Yeah, weird, man. It was a Bonanza, right? I'm not familiar with that plane. I mean, there was an update and I didn't check. I had enabled it before and it was working earlier on in the stream today on my first flight where I crashed with the Cessna. It was on, but I didn't check before this mission, to be honest. I'm gonna turn on the landing lights ready for forget. And now I'm gonna turn on the auxiliary fuel pumps in case we lose have some sort of fuel malfunction where we need the pumps to keep them flowing to the engines. Don't want the engines losing fuel and power at below 1,000 feet. Yeah, I don't check it for it sets it for you, which is a bit odd. That is really weird. So basically I have to go check it right now. See. No, it's enabled. Neopad, it's enabled. Paulo, shut up. Our cat is meowing because he wants more food than what we already give him. I'm sorry, Apollo, but I'm...
Climbing 7,500 feet. American 9er 49er approach
That's not to me. Let's put our mixture full. And I'm just gonna have to keep out-tabbing now to make sure that I'm going. I just have to stay below 1,000 feet and fly right above that field, and hopefully that will complete the mission. And then we'll land at the Port-au-Prince airport there. Mike Tango Papa. Trimming her up slightly. Drop my throttle way back because I don't want to overspeed the airplane, especially when I'm not looking in here. But having said that, let's zoom in a little bit and check out how the air is outside. Nice and warm in Port-au-Prince today. We give Neopad one more chance. Let's try Neopad one more time. The icon still doesn't show for me. I don't know what's going on there. But nope. Doesn't want to come on, so we're just gonna do we're gonna have to alt tab to the other one and try to spot the field. I'm going for a gigantic bowl of ice cream after your stream to support the giant theory. That sounds pretty good, Kerr. Maybe I'm gonna have some ice cream with my coffee and affogato after this. Okay, I'm gonna slow down. You have to open the door too? Turn the volume up.
American 9er 49er, you are 19er miles west of Port-au-Prince. Contact tower on 118.3 when inbound.
Forced to eat ice cream. You know, life can be tough, you know, you might be forced to eat some ice cream. I'm gonna be forced to eat some too. Alright, here's it's like a little forest here. Maybe there's some commandos who need some supplies. One boss and a multiplayer bonus. Oh, there they are. Dropping the supplies. You can hear them being thrown out the back there. A very red little roof. Maybe it's like a butcher's shop, hopefully. Mission accomplished. I think that's it. Oh, the horror still got berries and out of custard. Oh, the horror. Such a violation of human rights to eat ice cream. Let me turn the volume down on this very loud airplane. Turn the volume down, up on the music. And let's talk to Port-au-Prince airport there.
Tower Hypertext Hero 1 3 miles northwest 1,000 feet to land.
Hypertext Hero 1 tower.
Straight in, nice.
30.03 wind 120 at 22. Fly straight in runway 10.
Make straight in runway 10 Hypertext Hero 1.
We're right here.
Hypertext Hero 1 wind 120 at 22. Cleared to land runway 10.
Clear to land runway 10, Hypertext 01. Alright.
Cleared to land runway 10 Hypertext Hero 1.
I think Sim Toolkit Pro should be working if you want to get on the landing rate leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, and you haven't done that before. Let me just do a quick prediction with nothing on it to check. Yep, it's still running. I'm gonna put the flaps to take off. And thank you, Kerr, minus 101 feet per minute. Been a long flight, and hopefully it will end well. No, it's not over. I'm gonna cross my fingers. I'm gonna do a quick little hop. I'm gonna do a little dance for all the gods here for a happy landing here at Port-au-Prince after this humanitarian delivery mission. We just dropped off some bags of some stuff to some field to the left. I think it was one of those fields over there. There's some vehicles out there, and now we're going in. Wild Craze did join us up until almost the very end, but unfortunately had some sort of snap with his airplane. Bonanza stopped working, spun out of control, but he's coming in here with a prediction of minus 123.25 feet per minute. Thank you for your guess, Wild Craze. I don't have to worry about putting the landing gears down because they're attached to the engines there. You can't stow these landing gears. And flaps to full now. And we're gonna glide in here for a landing at Mike Tango Papa Port-au-Prince International Airport, or whatever. I forget the name, but I'm just gonna keep my attention in front of me where it should be right now. Quite a bit of wind, about what, 15 knot wind, just under.
Parking and set your parking brake.
Little bit of, hey, Kerr, an applause.
Good job, Captain. That was not an easy mission.
Not too bad. Flaps up. Kerr with the win here. Thank you for your guess, Kerr. That wasn't too bad. It was below, and if I got below 100 feet per minute, I'm happy these days. 78. I will take it, ladies and gentlemen. Where's the taxiway? Oh, it's right there. Copy that. Getting the taxiway. I don't see any planes coming, so I'm not that much of a rush. There's a big jet out here. Looks like AI controlled. Oh wow, they're talking about me there. I'm the Britain Norman Islander. There's 949er coming in. See that tower? You can't see it. That's annoying. I want the rendering distance to be fixed, please. Sobo Studios. It wasn't this bad before. I hope that it's fixed soon. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, I left the runway. All right. A lot of things to think about. Okay. I'll update your score momentarily, Kerr. Alright, I'll just acknowledge that. This is not the general aviation parking, but I'm just gonna stop back here because if we're gonna do the P51 stream as well, that's coming up soon, I'm gonna have to install that. I'm gonna have to map controls. I'm probably just gonna have to do that on stream. But I do want a little break for coffee. So we're gonna park by that sports car over there. And that's the tragedy of these countries that are so poor and so much corruption. Like, you know, there's people that have nothing to eat, but then there's like these sports cars that belong to the corrupt people. You know, it's nuts. All right, I'll just park over here by the fuel truck. Okay. And ice cream. I'm gonna have ice cream. We have an affogato. Alright, good, a very nice song just came on since we're landing here in Puerto Rico, a little reggae-ish, that's nice, we are in the Caribbean. This has been a another Hypertext Hero Neofly fight, and thank you so much for being with me. I will be back just about, I'll probably give myself an hour, but I may come in a little earlier and start talking a little bit while I'm getting that stuff installed. After ice cream, of course, I wish you a very nice ice cream. Wild Craze, thank you so much for joining me. A shout out, special shout out for Wild Craze. Glad you're feeling better, glad you could have been here. Also Joey Bolo, who joined us earlier on. And Kerr, thank you so much for being here. If you haven't already, ladies and gentlemen, We have some gentle, very kind, gentle people in the house. Please go give them a follow on Twitch. And I'm gonna do a quick raid now. See if anybody who I know is streaming. If you know that someone who I know is streaming, please just let me know, and I will jump in and give them a raid. Let's see, Twitch. Who is out there right now? Who is out there? Who is out there on this Friday? It's Friday. Happy Friday, everyone, as well. B-Mint is up there. She's got 75 viewers. That's pretty nice. Let's see, someone has a little bit less. We should drop by to say hi. I prefer pie, perhaps. Let's see. Let's take a look around. Oh, let's go say hi to Spock. I'm now part of this shooter team, so we should go say hi to Spock and thank him. All right. Not Microsoft Flight Simulator is a shooter, but I do play shooters once in a while. I do want to join a flight sim team, maybe create my own. But for now, let's go say hi to Spock. Thank you for being here. I will see you shortly for some P-51, hopefully action in the DCS. If that doesn't work for some reason, we might just do IL-2 instead. Alright. Thanks so much for being here. I will update your score curve. Rating Spock now. Peace out.
And oh, holy smokes, Hypertext Hero coming in with that rate of 8. Let's go. Hypertext Hero, guys. Big shout out to Hypertext Hero, who's been playing, some Microsoft Flight Simulator for you fans out there. The Trashman 57, our boss destroyer of yesterday. Coming in. Trashman, if you want to join in, you know what to do, man. Just let me know. Come right in. Crew Dog in the house. Hypertext Hero, thank you so much, guys. Give it up. Big shout out. Big follows to Hypertext Hero coming in with those lovely. There you go, finally. Those lovely biddies for the Trashman 57. Thank you very much. That raid from Hypertext Hero, really appreciate it, man. I hope you had a good time. Flight Simulator, like in this case, I think it's a tough game. You have to learn the whole thing, you know. Ouch. But looks like a fun game though. You jump in an airplane and boom, you're going somewhere. Simple as that. A draw? 4 kills. That was horrible. But it's all good. It's all good, guys. We got Chubbs playing. What is that game? What was that game? Damn, it's going too fast. I think I'm gonna increase the decrease the speed. It's every.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have it now. A little break. Not a big. Not a big one. I'll take a little break. I'll take a little break, but not a big break. Yes, I want coffee. Thanks, babe.